Don't do the gavel.
I call this meeting to order at 12:14 p.m. Please note that this meeting may be filmed and our audio recorded. These meeting minutes, any addenda, or any other documentation may be made available to the public. We'll start off with attendance. May the clerks please take attendance.
Yep. Jonathan C. Stevens.
Present.
Socket Demuro.
Here.
Working Art Rafael Cecilia Marcelino.
Here.
Matthew Reich.
Here.
Lauren Wayne.
Here.
All right. That is 5 members present.
Awesome. With 5 members present, quorum has been established. We will now be moving on to my chair report. Good afternoon, everyone. I noticed that there was a couple of parliamentary briefs that were submitted, and so I wanted to go ahead and give some brief commentary on that. First of all, I know that there was one submitted regarding dilatory motions. I'm going to go ahead and pull up the statement that I submitted to the parliamentarian on that matter. So specifically, when I looked at the issues related to this, again, like I've said in this committee, we are a content neutral, very much focused on only the 5 criteria review matters. And so therefore, as a committee chair, I'm ensuring that we are following those rules and those procedures as established. Specifically, when it comes to some of the motions that I have deemed dilatory, a lot of times they've either been 1, fallacious in nature, or 2, differ from the definitions that the committee has obtained for implication, which instead of it being based off of what the parliamentarian stated, which was a just quick Merriam-Webster search, which in some jurisdictions would support that, we in the University of Florida usually use Black's Law Dictionary, and that's what the courts have affirmed for almost decades. And it was outlined as this: an inference of something not directly declared but arising from what is admitted or expressed. This was also found specifically within our document that we submitted to this committee. And then I would just want to go ahead and just comment again. You know, this committee has been put in for litigation for the better half of a year and a half. And it's just...
Unlocking the door.
Okay, cool. And I think it's like majorly concerning that, you know, me being able to ensure that we're following those 5 criteria, the ones that we established in committee, the one that were put on the record in multiple instances, is something that would be considered out of line. When it comes to most of those motions, a lot of times I do allow it to go through, and then if a member in the assembly says something that would differ from that, then I would be able to consider that, look back at that analysis, and then provide my determination based off of the record. In other instances where that wasn't the case, I would make a very clear motion because it was clearly going into a content-based assessment, specifically saying terms like, this is unnecessary, or saying that I don't like how this bill accomplishes this effect. We as a committee, again, are focused on content-neutral assessment. Awesome. We are, again, focused on content-neutral assessment, and I think that it's concerning that instead of us, you know, taking time in question and answer to ask critical questions, that we are instead doing these catch-22s to some bill authors who come into this committee, just simply putting out legislation, and again, with very high threshold for many of the bills, whether it's 2/3 votes, or even majority votes that even are up for consideration of a veto. And so therefore, I will be discounting that statement that was submitted, and again, this is a non-binding review, and I just believe that due to premature information, I don't feel like it is necessarily up in the line with not only the history of this committee, but also just the practical application of parliamentary law within specifically our committee.
Point of information.
I'm going to continue before I recognize that. Thank you. We're going to go moving on to the issue of appealing the decision of the chair. So specifically, I will be following the precedent of a 3/5 vote instead of it being a majority as outlined within the briefing. That is because Gator Party affiliated former Senate President Pro Tempore Emily Dunson outlined within her term when she was under the replacement agenda committee that she would uphold a 3/5 vote within that committee. I think that that's something that, again, replicates much of our rules and procedures and is not necessarily arbitrary and capricious, which would then, again, put me up for litigation as a chair. I think, again, this also affirms what the Senate President's authority has stated, which they've agreed that a 3/5 vote in committee is something that should be upheld and should be matched. And so I will, again, be discounting that opinion just based off of premature analysis and not considering the historical implications from a partisan, both a bipartisan lens, but also just from the Senate President's view, which has more precedent over Robert's Rules of Order. Are there any questions on that?
Okay, so those are final decisions regarding the opinions of the parliamentarian.
Yeah, I think that that's pretty clear.
And is it on record that you are disagreeing with the opinion of the parliamentarian and going along with previous judiciary meetings?
I think I've made that pretty clear on the record, so I
Okay.
think you can refer back
And
to
then
that.
on the third opinion regarding the threshold for the vote, do you agree with the parliamentarian or no?
The threshold was not provided to me in record.
In the like
The threshold for 3/5.
the second opinion, the parliament.
So you're saying the one that was about the majority instead of it being a 3/5 vote?
Yeah.
Correct. Like I said, it'd be a 3/5 vote because I'm following the Senate President's authority, which Did you ask for if I'm going to respond?
I just want to finish the question. I'm sorry.
Okay, then finish your question then.
Okay, so in the second briefing, do you agree with the parliamentarian's decision that it's a 3/5 threshold, so 3 out of 5 senators is enough to pass that motion?
No, I don't, and I don't think that was delineated within the statement.
Point of information, I do believe it was. I can pull it up real quick.
I think that that's not necessary at this time. And again, like I've stated, like this is the opinion that I've stated. I think that it's just premature, and I think that, again, it is exceeding the threshold. It's not necessarily the threshold itself. I think that's seen in 2/3 votes. I think that that's seen in a lot of other areas. So, I mean, there's not really much else to discuss.
So, is there a reason you're not honoring the 3/5 majority? Because in the brief...
3/5 majority, that means that it would need to be, you just stated, it would have to exceed
no, the
that threshold.
In the brief that the parliamentarian provided, they stated that a 3/5 majority means that 3 out of 5 senators, it means that the decision is passed.
Mm-hmm. And I don't believe that was delineated clearly within the advisory opinion.
I can pull it up for you real quick because it says it pretty clearly.
Okay, cool. Like I've stated, that's where my decision is. Again, this is non-binding, so I think that I've made it pretty clear what I have to say.
I would agree with you.
But wait. I'm still speaking. Again, thank you for respecting my authority on this as the chair. Like I've stated, I've already made my determination on this record. I believe that through premature analysis, all the statements that were made were not necessarily in line with the historical aspects, but not only that, I'm looking at it from a bipartisan lens and also just the practical nature of the committees. Again, I am open to having that discussion in a later time, but I've made it very clear where my stance is at this time. It's a non-binding opinion and it's not arbitrary and capricious.
Just for the record, would you be able to state why you're refusing?
I've already made it very clear. I'm ruling that dilatory. Thank you. Any other members wishing to speak in questions based off of this matter? Just once again, just for clear on the record, if I've already stated it on the record, please do not ask me to repeat it into the record. If you'd like to have an access to that record, you can always public records request those documents. Or with the new signing of the committee records request, you can always request that from the Senate secretaries. Thank y'all everyone for your time. Let's go ahead and move on to the second piece instead of me wasting time, which would be wasting the bill author's times. Let's go and move on to my second piece, which is going to be the group that will oversee the legislative chapter. I'm just looking for probably 1 to 2 folks who will just be looking over that process, making sure that it looks good. This will probably be something that we'll be doing off the SG website, and it'll be just something that we'll have to include within our SG links that will be established. And so it'll just be something that we'll try to get done since it did pass through the Senate.
Sorry.
Yes.
This is for the the posting of the bills and everything. I'm sorry, I missed what you said.
But yes, the legislative chapter.
Awesome.
Any other members wishing to have any comments on that matter? Seeing none, we'll move on to the review of legislation. I have a couple updates when it comes to bills. So 1098 was passed, so that has actually been stricken from the record automatically within the Student Senate and also within committee, so we don't have to consider that. The Hatch Act was also taken out, so that's also been out of consideration. And both of Senator Richter's bills have also been withdrawn. I'm just going to make sure I see if there was any other withdrawals that I missed.
Could you repeat the numbers again?
I can repeat them in a second.
Yep.
So 1098, like I stated, is withdrawn because, again, it has passed already. The Digital Media Alignment Act is still up for consideration. Same way, so that's 1095 and 1093. 1094 is still up for consideration. 1102 is not up for consideration. I believe that was withdrawn. That was added to the agenda, so now it's been withdrawn from the discharge from committee, so it's been now it's on the Senate floor. 1134 has been withdrawn. 1135 has also been withdrawn. 1145 has been withdrawn. 1149.
11:45, you said?
1145 has been withdrawn, correct? 1149 has been withdrawn. And I think that was all the bills besides, I think, just Rajni's bills. Let's gonna check one more time. So again, just 1102 has been withdrawn. It's been withdrawn due to discharge. 1134 has been withdrawn by the author. 1145 has been withdrawn by the author. 1149 has been withdrawn by the author. Or, I think it's still up for consideration, excuse me. Let me just check to make sure. That one's still up. Excuse me, 1149 is still up. I apologize. 1193 is still up for consideration. 1194 is still up for consideration. Just check and make sure. Sorry, 1095, 1093, so 1093, 1094, 1095 are all up for consideration. Excuse the 11. 1098 has been withdrawn because it's passed automatically. And then 1135 should have been withdrawn. Any questions? Perfect. Let's go move on to 1093. Let me see if they call Senator Mia.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
What's up?
So with the table, how does it work? Does it like automatically go to the next meeting, or do you have to vote to take it off the table?
What do you mean take it off the table?
So when you table something, does it just automatically go to the next meeting, like, and be read at the next meeting?
Like if something's tabled, yeah. So if it's been discharged from a committee, then it's been if the Senate has agreed to duly discharge a bill from the committee, then it's no longer on the committee's authority. Now it can be considered on the Senate floor.
It means like tabled bills from like last meeting.
Yeah, like tabled bills from last meeting. Like if it's tabled, it's going to go to the next meeting because it's old business. That's where I'm following the parliamentarian's authority on old business. I've made that very clear.
Yeah, I'm just checking.
consistent.
I'm just clarifying.
Let's see. Actually, excuse me, David. I think he wants their bills to be heard. So let me just go call Raj, and then I'll just get a confirmation from David while we do that.
Hello.
Hey, Senator Mia. We're here to present your bills. Are you ready?
Which bills specifically to start out with?
1093, 1094, and 1095 are the only ones that are listed for you from table bills.
One moment. Let me get that up.
Okay.
$10.93. All right. Yeah, I have it up. I'm ready when you are.
All right. You will have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Yeah. So for 1093, like I presented a couple other times, the new section for 768.2 reads: No candidate for student senate may campaign in the room when ongoing senate meeting with student senate. If a student senate meeting is being conducted outside, then no candidate for student senate may campaign the publicly noticed area. Any candidate failing to comply with this provision, 763.2, may be disqualified from the election. So in essence, if you're a senator, if you are campaigning in the Senate chamber, you would be disqualified. If the Senate's being held on the North Lawn and you decide to campaign on the North Lawn, you will be disqualified. It's simply rephrases the original phrasing to be pertaining to where Senate is happening. In the original phrasing, it was you can't campaign during that, let's say, 4-hour block of Senate. I thought the original intent of it was so no one could campaign in the Senate chamber to disrupt proceedings during a campaign cycle. So I changed, I created the new provision and the rewording of it to this new section. I did realize from the past meetings that there's an idea of sacredness around campaigning and a sacredness around the Senate chamber during campaign. I felt that at the same time, I guess, during like the 4-hour block of campaign, during campaign, it should be off limits to an extent. At the same time, the Senate president has the power to call special meetings, so does the current president. So if anyone wanted to do something nefarious, they could just call special meetings to disrupt the campaign. So I don't see how blocking off a campaign completely for the 4-hour block is honestly like what the logic in that is, to be honest. I also feel like that's more of a policy concern than an implication concern, because people do have the right to freedom of speech, and just like our sister schools at FSU and UCF, campaign ranges for an entire month. They're able to campaign at anywhere, anytime, any place. So we seem to be much more restrictive in our campaign and Senate meetings. How much time do I have left?
You still have 2 minutes and 44 seconds.
Yeah, and more focus on the implication aspect of this just allows people to campaign without being disrupted or disrupting Senate proceedings. So I think of this, if anything, broadens the freedom of speech for our students instead of constraining it like this does. So if any, like, I don't know, that's all I have. I use the ringer of my time.
All right. We will now move on to 5 minutes of question and answer. Are there any questions at this time? Vice Chair Marcelino?
Just to clear up any of the concerns about implication, what can you tell us about the elections at our sister schools that do allow campaigning during any time, anywhere, and like its effects during campaign? Does it disrupt any of their Senate procedures?
Yeah, so I can tell you about FSU. Yeah, they have a campaign that's for over a month as well. It doesn't disrupt their Senate. They have around 70 senators, I want to say. Nothing disrupts their proceedings. Just like us, they have a sergeant at arms fire called corrective. So if there was any disruption, people would be removed. It seems like in our sister school, there is no disruption of proceedings, and they're able to move on and be as efficient as us.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? I have one for you, Senator Mia. Are there any new amendments that you've added to this that would be obviously not from the last meeting, because I think this is the same exact bill from the last meeting, but is there anything else that you had prepared that was new that would address any of the other implicative issues that the committee brought up last time?
Yeah,
or potentially implicative?
seeing as this, huh?
Sorry, I was saying potentially implicative issues.
I haven't prepared any amendments for it. The bill reads as it is. I'm open if there's anything specific that the committee thinks is not in the scope. I'm more than amendable to adding them, but as it's currently written, I honestly fail to see what implicative issues would arise. So yeah.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? All right, see, now we'll move on to 2 minutes of debate and 5 minutes of debate. Are there any members wishing to speak in debate? Senator Reich?
Yeah, I believe this is the third time that we've heard this bill, and unfortunately, due to the lack of changes that have been presented and the lack of addressing of the concerns that were previously mentioned in the last 2 times it was heard, I still cannot support this through the 5 criteria as mentioned, and yeah, that's all I gotta say.
Any other members wishing to speak in debate? Vice Chair Marcelino?
Well, I asked a particular question to Senator Mia regarding the senators' concerns about implication, and as we have seen in practice, it doesn't exactly affect anything regarding the Senate procedures and the quote-unquote sacredness of that time during when we have debate and we are actually functioning as a student government. And so, whereas this is basically a way for students who are not participating in Senate, who don't exactly interfere with our procedures, to actually be able to campaign and say what they want, and as as the student body president has emphasized, the ability to say what they want to say in regard to their First Amendment rights, and without implication of, us having to argue and actually decide on the constitutionality of such First Amendment rights. So in this case, we are basically freeing up their ability to express themselves. And obviously, again, there's evidence that it does not affect any of our Senate procedures, especially because it outlines in there that they may not campaign within the Senate. So,
Any other members wishing to speak in debate? The only thing I have to really say is that because we don't have 2 regular Senate meetings, I fear that it's just going to procedurally be withdrawn. Also, I mean, I really struggle to try to understand this whole implicative issue because without like any data or any circumstances that showcase that this does disrupt any election, it's hard for me to see this as implication or any sort of failure of implication. I really, it's hard for me right now because I think that with the language, it does only outline for just candidates for Student Senate. And so that it is a very like limited group of individuals that you could consider in comparison to just in general campaigning, any individual campaigning, any affiliate campaigning. So that's like my only thing, but there's really nothing else I can say regarding the 5 criteria. That's all I have to really say on the matter. Any other members wishing to speak in debate?
Point of information.
What's up?
So if this, I just want to reach a consensus here. If the bill, it will most likely be billed procedurally next meeting. How would we go about that?
So you're actually incorrect with that analysis.
Oh,
It's
I apologize.
it's procedurally withdrawn. So
Procedurally
withdrawn is not being.
I apologize.
Yes.
Oh, so just a continuation of the question, point of information.
Yep.
So would even if this passes, it would be procedurally withdrawn, most likely.
I mean, theoretically, unless a special session was called, and this was added onto the agenda, but I mean, sure, yeah, it would be procedurally withdrawn. So. Any other members wishing to speak in debate? So now we'll move on to 2 minutes of final privilege whenever you're ready.
Yeah, so I mean, just to talk on like the specific like cohort of people that this code change is talking about, which is the candidates. The original phrasing also referred to the candidates only, so I'm still like preserving the original group of people when it comes to the campaigning part of it, and which group of people would be affected, which is the candidates themselves, which sometimes happen to be senators. As for like any of the implicative issues, I honestly, the past couple meetings, I have failed to see those implicative issues. There's nothing like supporting that this would bring the student government to its knees or to a halt that it seems like it's being framed that it would do if this were to pass. Our sister schools are able to pull it off very well. Also, I failed to see any like major suggestions. Like, if there was any major suggestions that the committee would offer, I would more than gladly take it. But there seems to be like nothing that could be changed to address these implicative issues because I honestly I don't know what you could change because there is no implicative issues unless you're just starting to figure out things out of thin air. As for like the procedurally withdrawal that would happen if this passed, I mean, I can't withdraw the bill now, so I mean, if you approve it, it would still be procedurally withdrawn, or we could waive the 2 readings rule and 4/5 vote in the Senate if the Senate helps. So yeah, I mean, I still stand by my bill. I stand by it. So I yield the remainder of my time.
All right. Are there any motions at this time? Senator Wang.
I move to table this bill by roll call vote.
A roll call vote. Okay. May the clerk please take the roll. Alright. Starting off with Senator Mayer.
Yes.
Senator Marcelino.
I abstain.
Senator Reich.
Yes.
Senator Wayne.
Yes.
And would the chair like to cast a vote? Sure, yeah, I'll abstain. Okay.
Point of parliamentary inquiry. Is this like in Senate where you need to provide an explanation for the abstention?
No.
Okay.
Alright, in a vote of 3-0 to 2, that motion passes. All right, by a vote of 3-0 to 2, that motion passes. The bill has been procedurally tabled. All right, we'll now move on to SSB 2023-1094, which is the Digital Media Act 700 Codes Revision, written by author Senator Raj Mia. Whenever you're ready.
I sense the same outcome as the last bill, but I'll still talk about this one. So this bill, as it's written, would simply let social media accounts operate indefinitely. I think there was some miscommunication last meeting about how it would be regulated. Again, just like during campaign now, the end-all be-all for all regulations for what student organizations do here on campus and with any organization that is connected to campus is the university themselves, specifically the student conduct and conflict resolution. If for whatever reason there was a post that harmed a student, a specific student or something, that student could always, regardless of being in campaign cycle or not, could appeal to the Student Conduct and Conflict Resolution Office and to get proper recourse. This simply because the Elections Commission cannot meet outside of the election cycle. It simply just moves on about, like, they don't meet during the election, outside the election cycle, so they've already absolved themselves of that responsibility if they choose to. This just simply states that that you have to abide by the codes of the university and the conduct of the university to promote civil discourse as you post and use a social media account. Definitely, just like our sister school FSU and UCF, their political parties' respective Instagram accounts operate around the clock whenever they feel like it. There has been no civil discourse and particular harm that's been exhibited on other students on their campuses specifically. So if there's any questions raised about implications that this might harm students, it doesn't seem in practice that it does at our sister schools that are similar to us. On top of that, we can make amendments or try to obligate the Elections Commission to operate outside of the election cycle, but our codes do prevent that. And there's still oversight that we have the student conflict and conduct resolution to regulate things at the end-all be-all. I yield the remainder of my time.
All right, thank you very much, Senator Mia. We're going to go move on to 5 minutes of question and answer. Are there any questions? Vice Chair Marcelino?
Again, just to address any of the concerns about implication. So what has been like the political effect, or like just basically the effect of like our sister schools having their social media accounts run even outside the campaign cycle?
Yeah, so again, I can speak on the FSU one. The FSU Instagram accounts for their respective political parties operate quite often outside the election cycle, and I think it results in a more informed and engaged student body. They have coffee, they have events with their student body, so it promotes a closer representative constituent relationship. That's really what the end result is.
Vice Chair Marcelino?
So under our codes, this is still unallowed that you should campaign outside the campaign cycle, and that under your revisions is basically just allowing those social media accounts to still run and not exactly quote unquote campaign as defined.
Yes. So it would allow, like, those Instagram accounts respectively to post, hey, this is what happened in Senate today. It wouldn't allow, for example, an account to say, vote for us outside the election campaign cycle. It would just allow the Instagram account to give respective updates on behalf of, let's say, their caucus or whomever their party is correlated with in the Senate, just to give updates about the doings of Senate, if they so wish to.
And then follow-up question.
Follow up.
And so if a social media account were to engage in campaigning activities, there would still be, you know, recourse in regard to that, in terms of quote unquote punishment. I don't know how to phrase it, but punishment of
Yeah,
that.
so if, like, for example, a political party now was actively campaigning outside the election cycle, when the next campaign cycle convenes and starts, the Elections Commission could effectively and preemptively disqualify that entire party for making an egregious violation of the campaign cycle, of the campaign rules. On top of that, if there's a conflict or conduct mishap, at the end all of us are still accountable to university policies, so someone could bring all of us to the student conduct and conflict resolution if we violate the codes, as that offense against the student body is a conduct violation at the end of the day, and it would break honor code. So it can be adjudicated that way as well. So there's multiple routes for adjudication.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Mia.
No problem.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to 5 minutes of debate. Any members wishing to speak in debate? Senator Reich.
Yeah, I'm still hesitant on this bill due to the implication and clarity. Clarity being, like, what if they're not campaigning, then what are they allowed to do? Because the campaigning laws in our university have a very large breadth of scope and discourse. And implication, I think that this would still allow for campaigning, whether or not it's stuff that would be registered. It would still be forms of campaigning. And I think that the university has a much higher bar of intervention to posting than the election commission and other mechanisms in place during the campaign season have. And I think it's important that we have an actual body looking at what we're posting and making sure it's germane and appropriate, instead of the university maybe looking at it and maybe taking action on it, which is in a very different context than what the election commission would be handling.
I just think that analysis is very interesting because let's revert back to last Senate meeting when we talked about the Alfredo Act, and we talked about how the usage of the SCCR as a tribunal was really the only comparable, was the only option that we had if Alfredo wasn't passed, and how that was acceptable. And you affirmed that statement on the Senate floor, but then at the same time you're saying that this stance is something that administration doesn't have the authority to oversee as well, which again, like Senator Brinkman mentioned in multiple accounts, both of those, the SCCR oversees a lot of those university-wide policies and conduct aspects. They look at civil discourse, they look at the adherence to university policy, codes of ethics, standards, etc. So I'm just confused as to what's the difference. I feel like the record is kind of confused as to where you stand. It seems like in one instance you're fine with the SCCR being used as a tribunal in one circumstance, similar to elections law, but then in another instance you're saying that it's not acceptable.
Yeah, I'm glad we're making this an analysis on what I said, but my stance remains that, listen, there's a difference between prohibiting speech during elections and actually allowing speech for campaigning outside of the elections. I think they fall under totally different concepts, and I think that is an unfair comparison, and yeah, I don't really see the relevance of the two.
It's really
I'm not done talking, but
go ahead.
Yeah, but I think that when you have the Alfredo Act, which is, as was stated in the veto, is an inhibition of the First Amendment right during the campaign period, and I just don't see the relevance of your argument.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still, in my opinion, it's dealing with the same concept, which is, free speech and allowing for those entities. And I think that if we're saying that in multiple case law, specifically with Merwitzer, as you can even see in the chapter section that Merwitzer specifically outlined, outlined that, again, we do live in this learning laboratory, if I'm correct, as the Senate President mentioned last meeting, and that, again, allows for us to regulate that system. It's, again, this is a conversation on regulation of First Amendment and what is our authority as a student government to regulate First Amendment conversations and regulate First Amendment discourse. And I think if you want to disagree with my analysis, that's fine, but I stand firmly in what I state because it's dealing with regulation of First Amendment issues.
Yeah, we disagree for sure.
Cool. Vice Chair Marcelino.
Yeah. So, since all the other four, to me, are just clearly just not in what do you call this? A problem here. This is just basically the implication part. I mean, we have seen, as we've seen again from our sister schools in like actual practice, that there is no exactly negative effect to any of these things, and we have seen it on a national scale. It basically promotes debate and promotes awareness, which is what we want in a student government, and especially because in regard to the how much time is it?
30 seconds.
In regard to the actual First Amendment rights, it has been time and time again affirmed in the courts that conglomerates of people are also considered people, and thus they have First Amendment rights. And First Amendment rights don't end and start during a campaign cycle. And so I believe this would still have implications outside of just our university in regard to First Amendment rights if we're going to go along that argument. So,
Senator DeMera.
How much time is there?
You have 7 seconds.
Okay, so I think my favorite words are the ulterior motive and ulterior motive of the tax district.
And that's time.
Point of
All right.
personal privilege. May I expand on what I said previously for like 10 seconds?
No.
No? Okay.
Seeing none, we're going to move on to 2 minutes of final privilege. Senator Mia, whenever you're ready. Senator Mia?
Whoops, I was on mute. Sorry.
You're totally good. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
You can hear me, right?
Correct.
Okay, so just to address some concerns about what campaigning is defined in the broad scope of it, I'm reading the definition of campaigning here. It means any intentional act in support of or in opposition to a candidate or political party for an elected student body office, including but not limited to the distribution of literature and posting of election-specific materials. The section goes on, but if you want to look at it, it is 700 code 700.4, subsection D. I don't see how posting updates about the Senate and falls under campaigning. I heard that it was a broad scope and that effectively doing anything on these accounts would count as campaigning. I disagree. It's more of an interpretive issue than an implication issue, in my view. In terms of freedom of speech, just to give my 2 cents, the way it's constructed now is that we're constraining free speech. We're passing this to do expand free speech, especially for people who are involved in student government, and it would also allow a closer relationship with our constituents. I'm honestly kind of confused when it comes to implication and clarity, especially when it comes to like what campaigning is. Campaigning is clearly defined in our 700 codes, and I don't see how posting an update on this Instagram could violate that. Quite honestly, in my I'm just kind of lost in any logic as to what 5 criteria this bill honestly violates. How much time do I have left?
You have about 10 seconds.
Yeah, I stand by my bill, and I yield the remainder of my time.
All right. Thank you. Are there any motions at this time?
I move to fail this bill based on...
I did not recognize you. That's your first warning. Senator Reich.
I move to fail this bill on implication.
All right. Is there's no second needed? May the and it's by what?
Unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent. Are there any objections?
I object.
Objection.
And I remake my same motion.
Cool. By roll call, I'm assuming, since you didn't mention it.
Yes.
Cool. May the clerk please take the roll.
Of course. Give me like 2 minutes. Not really 2 minutes, but
Okay, 10 minutes.
listen.
Copy paste.
I'm just trying to copy paste this thing.
Just copy it once and then it'll be saved.
You know, it's so great whenever I don't have to, you know, copy the roll call list and then copy the same motion.
That's why I do what I do to make shortcuts. Keyboard shortcuts.
See, that's great. I'm not a techie. All right. Senator Demiro?
Yes.
Senator Marcelino?
No.
Senator Reich?
Yes.
Senator Wang?
Yes.
And will the chair cast a vote on it?
Absolutely, I'll vote no on that.
All right, so that is 3-2.
Also, by a 3-2 vote, that motion passes. This bill has been filled on the basis of implication. We'll now move on to SSB 2023-1095, which is the Digital Media Alignment Act. It was written by Senator Rajmia. You will have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Yeah, so what this bill does is it creates stuff 304.1 to read the student senate committees and student senate may only conduct virtual meetings in compliance with federal, state, and local laws and regulations. This changes it from the original, but keeps the same result and implication, and that you still have to follow state, local, and statutes and regulations. So you can only conduct a student senate meeting if there is an emergency still. It simply is a rewording. On top of that, our rules and procedures still preserves the same exact wording from 304.1, but even expanded actually in our rules and procedures. So this really is just addressing the duplicate clauses that we have by striking it here and adjusting it to just simply you have to follow those regulations. How you do that specifically is still delegated to the rules and procedures, as the rules and procedures govern the specific regulations and how we conduct ourselves in the Senate chamber itself. So basically this just outlines the law that we have to follow. Very short and simple change. I yield the remainder of my time.
All right, thank you. We're going to move on to 5 minutes of question and answer. Are there any questions? Senator Reich.
Actually, I withdraw.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to 5 minutes debate. Any members wishing to speak in debate? Seeing none, we'll move on to 2 minutes of final privilege.
Well, hearing nothing else, I don't have anything to add from myself, so I yield.
All right. Are there any motions at this time? Senator Demiro.
Move to table till unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion passes. This bill has been procedurally tabled, and now we'll be moving on to. Let's see real quick. Nope, that's been passed. Here we go. We're going to move on. Senator Mia, we'll call you back, or you can come back into a rights room 2345 to be able to present the rest of your bills that you submitted. Besides that, if I don't talk to you later, have a good day.
All right, just call me back. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, actually, Senator Bowman wants to actually present their bills, so they were not withdrawn. Excuse me. I think it was someone else who submitted that.
What was not withdrawn? I'm sorry.
Waive Bowman's bills.
Do you
So 2023-1134 and 1135. Senator Bowman?
Hello?
Hi, yes. Are you prepared to present your bills today?
I am. Could you let me know which one you want me to present first?
Yes, it's so the bills that you have on my record currently is 2023-1134 and 2023-1135.
Yes, the other one was procedurally withdrawn.
Correct, yes.
Awesome.
All right, let's go and start off with SSB. Ooh, I cannot open it now.
Oh.
Here we go. Let's start with Student Senate Bill 2022-1134, an act regarding committee reapportionment, written by author, Mental Health Committee Co-Chair Wade Bowman, and sponsored by Judiciary Chair, Vice Chair Joaquin R.C. Marcelino. I'll have to fix that if we were going to pass this. There will be 5 minutes whenever you are ready.
Okay, cool. I hope that we can hear on the floor. So the text of the bill is somewhat dense, technically dense, but I'm sure you all are able to understand it as a Judiciary Committee. The basic idea is for reapportionment of committees to be something that is allowed by a 2/3 vote of the Senate, which just means that the committee has representation based off of the current makeup of the Senate. And then it automatically must happen after the election of Senate President and Senate President Pro Tempore each legislative session. Well, after, after each senator has been confirmed and the affiliation of all senators and Senate President Pro Tempore are elected. So this would allow for our committees to have a more representative apportionment based off of the Senate's makeup instead of whatever the replacement agenda committee decides. This is more in line with what our actual government does, where party leaders will meet and then send together a list of senators for all the committees to be voted on as a block, which is what this does. If you have any questions about any of the technicalities or any of the implications, please, you have 5 minutes for that, whatever. I yield.
Thank you, Senator Bowman. We're going to move on to 5 minutes of question and answer. Are there any questions? Vice Chair Marcelino?
Yeah, so when you said this happens in the actual Congress, correct? Can you explain to me how they then do it and how much that your amendment adheres to the actual procedure that they do in the U.S. Congress?
Yeah, so the way the U.S. Congress does it is each legislator, so say House Representative, each representative in the House will send their interest in being on a committee to their party leader, and then their party leader, the party leadership will decide who to recommend for each committee seat, and then the party leaders will meet. Before that, the party leaders meet and figure out which seats they get on each committee. So for us, they usually have it relatively proportional to the makeup of the Senate, with the majority taking slightly more, which is how this works as well, where the majority would take the chair. And then the internal politics of each party will decide which are recommended, and then they were all put on one resolution and passed by resolution, with everybody passed on the same way on a 2/3 vote.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? I actually have a question for you, Senator Bowman. So regarding just the concerns that were brought up last committee meeting about this just being reapportioned, and the concern that, maybe unqualified candidates would be put up on committee. Were there any mechanisms that you've seen not only within this bill, but also within our practical applications in our federal and state government that would be more clarifying to committee members just about how those individuals could be removed from committee, how those individuals could be deliberated, etc.?
Yeah, so one of the main things is this requires a 2/3 vote of all members of the Senate to get this list approved. So if there is a large consensus that someone is not, if at least 1/3 of Senate objects to a senator being on a committee, the Senate will fail that list. That's just the way that works. And then the other thing is we have rules in place for whenever someone does not do a good job on a committee, someone has more than one unexcused absence on a committee, they are removed. If someone, we can remove people from a committee by a 2/3 vote. So there are already things in place to remove someone who does not perform their duties correctly on a given committee.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right, so now we'll move on to 5 minutes of debate. Let's go ahead and get started with the first speaker. I'll go ahead and engage with this first since no one in the committee wants to say anything. So specifically when it comes to this, I mean, this is replicative within our own federal system. If I'm correct, our state system as well. Someone wants to correct me on that. I'm always open to corrections. And I think realistically, when we're talking about, the replacement agenda committee and the system that's worked now, it seems that there's just been very clearly a couple committees that have just been, in a way, blocked or necessarily not filled with any other nominees. And it seems like it's a very clear strategic move in order for a specific majority to be presented. I think that's just very concerning because I think that without a full committee, we have a lot of opportunities where quorum cannot be established, as we saw in Summer A with the Judiciary Committee, or even within the INC Committee back in spring 23. I think that this, again, is something that, and there's a lot of mechanisms in place that allow for, senators who are not necessarily of the high quality or even have concerning records to be, omitted from the record. For instance, I could note specifically back in, I don't know if it was 22 or the 23, when Congress removed, if I'm correct, Marjorie Taylor Greene from her committee assignments due to her commentary on a lot of different topics that I will not present in committee because of how interesting and unorthodox they have been. And so because of that, that allowed for those, again, senators within the Senate to be able to remove them by a 2/3 vote. And I think that, if senators are not, again, holding their own colleagues accountable, as we've seen with not only in our Senate, but then in other governments, I think that it shows a high bar of not only partisanship, but concern of that affiliation or of those senators that I think the electorate can most definitely vote on and make a determination on their record at any point in time. I fail to see how this does anything but good. It allows for our committees to be set. It also allows for us to normalize this aspect of negotiation, the negotiation that established me as a committee chair, that established all the other members of the committees as committee chairs, that established our Senate president and pro tempore and our members at large. I think that it's something that is crucial, is negotiation and compromise. And I think that not supporting this only shows a more partisan lens and keeps to dig in our partisan differences, which I don't think are going to do anything but hurt our student Senate and our student body. Vice Chair Marcelino?
Yeah, and so, I'm not going to touch on the other 4 criteria because obviously it's been represented well. But in regard to implication, it's literally in practice at a federal level, and it works. And it may remind the senators here that upon the replacement agenda committee sits 2 party leaders, which is quite obviously partisan because they are the party leaders. And so to say that the replacement agenda committee is totally unbiased would be a bit blind to that sort of fact. And in regard to the previous mention of the assignment of committee chairs, quite frankly, the injunctions that the Supreme Court put on the Senate in regard to the actual resolution that we came up to make all this happen has been the most efficient time that the Senate was working. And so that was the most expedient and most efficient time that we as a Senate actually worked. And so this would also just prove beneficial to minority parties, which is what Robert's Rules of Order and why we have certain procedures in order to protect the minority. Whilst the majority may make the decisions, the minority deserves to be heard. And so that is the principle upon all our rules and procedures here and in parliamentary law. And so in regard to that, I believe this is a more efficient and fair system in regard to the actual representation of our committees, which are a fundamental part of our Senate body. And so I think this only has good implications rather than any adverse ones.
Yeah, members, we can speak in debate. Only last thing is that I think that we definitely need to have a line when it comes to the committee chairs, just making sure that they are still established. Probably within section 3A, just saying except the replacement agenda committee and all committee chairs, just because there is a mechanism already afforded within our rules and procedures. Just so that, again, if a Senate president or a pro temp were to be obviously removed from an election, that those officials can be added. So, what does it really say? All right. Any other members wishing to speak in debate? There's not much time to speak. All right, we're going to move on to 2 minutes of final privilege whenever you're ready.
Hi, thank you. I appreciate the debate. Want to mention just a few things before this goes to a vote on the implication that this straight up takes power away from the Replacement Agenda Committee. It just has a recommendation sent to Senate before the Replacement Agenda Committee. The Senate, if the majority of senators do not want that block for each committee, they can fail it. And then it will be sent to the Replacement Agenda Committee how it currently is. I hope to hear this on the Senate floor, and I was going to use this group on the first, but I didn't hear very many. Thank you.
All right, I'll be relinquishing my duties as the chair, and I actually have a motion.
Okay, Chairperson Stevens, a motion on the bill.
I move to amend subsection 3A to read as follows. The Senate will, upon the validation of spring or fall election results and confirmation of the affiliation of all senators confirmed in said election, reapportion all standing committees except the replacement and agenda committee and standing committee chairs of the Senate by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections to the amendment to the text of the bill?
Could it be repeated one more time? Sorry.
The Senate will, upon the validation of the spring or fall election results and confirmation of affiliation of all senators confirmed in said election, reapportion all standing committees except the replacement agenda committee and standing committee chairs of the Senate.
Okay. There's been an objection.
Okay, follow.
Follow up?
I'll make that same motion.
By roll call vote?
I actually do want to debate it, so.
Okay then. Then 5 minutes, 3 rounds of, are we doing by 5 minutes debate or 3 rounds of con-pro?
Probably just 5 minutes debate.
Okay. Well, we're now up for 5 minutes debate in regard to the motion made by Chairperson Stevens. I need a timer. You have a timer?
Yep.
The timer will start on the first person who wishes to speak in debate.
I mean, I just don't.
Chairperson Stevens, you were recognized.
Yep, thank you.
Chairperson
Vice Chair Marcelino.
Chairperson Stevens.
Yes. So specifically when it comes to this line, this again just allows for us to have Senate leadership. I really don't see how this is doing any harm to the students. Again, this is just making sure that there's Senate leadership. If the Senate President pro tempore do not rerun or are not put back into Senate, this only just makes sure that have a seat, that there's at least a Senate President acting and a pro temp acting in order to serve on the replacement agenda committee. Without, there would be 4 members, and we can get back into another circumstance where someone could potentially not come to meetings, or someone could be ill, or something could occur, and then we'll be right back as to where we were back in spring 23.
Are there any more members wishing to speak in debate? Seeing none, we are in line for a vote. May the clerk please call the roll.
Oh, absolutely.
You need 10 minutes.
I don't need 10 minutes. Thank you. Also, I did not write down that amendment because, quite frankly, it was too long for me to write. So
The audio
It's
recording
fine.
shall be forwarded to the Senate secretaries, and the minutes shall reflect that.
It will be adjusted.
cool. So, starting off with Senator Mara.
Yes.
You're the chair, so I'll skip you. Chairman Stevens.
Yes.
Senator Reich.
Yes.
Senator Wayne.
Yes.
All right. Would you like to cast a vote as chair?
In my show of nonpartisanship, I shall abstain.
Okay.
It's a close one.
All right. And a vote of 4 to 0 to 1 abstention. That motion passes.
Follow up?
I haven't gabbled.
Okay, well then go ahead.
In a vote of 4 to 0 to 1, that motion passes.
Follow up.
Follow up.
I have another amendment.
Chairperson Stevens.
Yeah, I move to strike any iteration from section 3C, which says, and that says the chair by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections to the amendments to the text of the bill?
Striking and the chair.
Yes. Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Follow up.
Follow up.
I move to capitalize any iteration of Senate within the bill by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections to the syntax of the bill?
Could you, sorry, say that motion again.
So the amendment is to capitalize the S in Senate, in every iteration of Senate, because proper grammar.
I'll let it slide.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Follow up.
Follow up.
I move to capitalize all iteration of standing committee or any other committee that is outlined. So like replacement agenda committee. So just making sure it's all in title format by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections to the amendments to the syntax of the bill? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Follow up.
Follow up.
Give me a sec. I have another motion.
Chairperson Stevens.
I move to approve this bill by roll call vote.
Do you want to amend the title of the bill? This one, the bill.
Oh, sure, yeah. I have a motion.
Chairperson
Sorry, I
Stevens.
withdrew my motion and I have another motion.
Chairperson Stevens.
I move to amend this to add myself to sponsors line and adjust the name Judiciary Chair Joaquin R.C. Marcelino to Judiciary Vice Chair Joaquin R.C. Marcelino by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections to the amendment of the sponsors line? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Follow up.
Oh.
Oh, actually, point of information.
Chairperson Stevens.
I'm curious to see what Senator Wayne's motion is to be.
Senator Wan.
I move to table this bill by unanimous consent.
And I object. And a follow up.
Follow
I move to pass this bill by roll call vote.
up. May the clerk call the roll.
Senator Demir.
No.
Senator or Chairperson Stevens.
Yes.
Senator Reich.
No.
Senator Wayne.
No.
Vice Chair Marcelino.
I'll say yes.
Alright, and a vote of 3-2, that motion fails.
When a vote of 3-2, the motion to pass fails. Are there any motions at this time regarding the bill? Senator Wan.
I move to table this bill by roll call vote.
May the clerk call the roll.
Oh, absolutely. I love doing this.
Well, good thing it's right next to each other,
It is. Alright. Senator Mera.
Yes.
Chairperson Stevens.
No.
Senator Reich.
Yes.
Senator Wayne.
Yes.
Would the acting chair like to cast a vote?
I'll abstain.
Alright, in a vote of 3-1 to 1 abstention, that motion passes.
And a vote of 3-1 to 1, the bill is procedurally tabled.
Oh, we're just trying to do this back?
No.
All right, that bill has been procedurally tabled, SSB 2023-1134. When I move on to SSB 2023-1135. Thank you, Senator Bowman, for being patient with us. It's going to be the Resident Replacement Choice Act. You will have 5 minutes.
That's a few points of information.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, first point of information.
It's not point of information, just it's a question, but go ahead.
Okay, well, because I can't
Yeah.
see any questions. Few questions. With the tabling of legislation during the last meeting of this committee, must things be taken off the table before the committee adjourns?
No. So, I mean, if they want to reconsider the bill, sure, yes. But, I mean, if that motion is to be made, that can be made during announcements and adjournment. I don't really have too many issues with that. But I really don't know why the motion to table is made, so I can't really give you any accurate determination as to whether or not that motion would move forward or not.
Okay, and then I have another question. Is the motion last meeting of a body?
I don't know that off the top of my head from Robert's rules. If you have any reference to that, I will give you a couple seconds to address that, but otherwise I have no information on that.
Okay. I don't have off the top of my head.
Okay.
But I'll go ahead and go into presentation of 1135.
Gotcha. You will have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, awesome. So this legislation is the Resignee Replacement Choice Act. So basically, it just makes it to where it is not considered a standard vacancy whenever someone resigns until the period for them choosing their replacement has elapsed. They are given 7 days or the next before the next replacement agenda committee meeting, whichever is later, where they can recommend someone who meets all requirements for serving the seat that they formerly held. And then that replacement will be appointed to that seat unless the Senate fails it by a 2/3 vote. So those are just technically how it works. I've said it before, hopefully that makes sense. So the basic idea of this is it allows for Senate seats to continue to be represented by the group party that the electorate chose. It would prevent things like district A seats to be represented by Change Party, district B seats to be represented by Gator Party under our current system, unless those intended replacements get failed by a 2/3 vote. And then after it is failed by a 2/3 vote, or if the vacancy is occurs in the Senate because of a removal, it will go to the replacement agenda committee as normal, and will follow normal procedure outlined in this rule, or in Rule 12. I yield to any questions.
All right, thank you. We will now move on to 5 minutes of question and answer. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to 5 minutes debate. Are there any members wishing to speak in debate? Seeing none, we'll move on to 2 minutes of final privilege whenever you're ready.
Hi. I would love to hear any reasons for anything that you have against this legislation. I hope you hear it on the Senate floor tomorrow. In 2 days. I yield.
All right, are there any motions at this time? Senator DeMera,
I move to table this bill by unanimous consent.
are there any objections?
I object.
All right. Vice Chair Marcelino, did you have a motion?
Here.
It wasn't timely enough, so that's why I was waiting to see if you had a motion or not.
I move to approve.
They did, excuse me.
I move to approve. I move to amend the title of the bill to state Student Senate Bill 2023-1135 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion passes.
Follow up.
Follow up.
I move to approve SSB 2023-1135 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections?
I object.
All
I
right.
make the same motion by roll call vote.
Roll call vote. All right. May the clerk please take the roll.
We're working overtime.
I am. I don't get paid for this job.
At least you get paid.
That is true. That's why I said this job. All right. Senator DeMera.
No.
Senator Marcelino.
Yes.
Senator Reich.
No.
Senator Wang.
No.
Would the chair like to cast a vote?
Sure, I'll vote in the affirmative.
All right, in a vote of 3-2, that motion, or sorry, 2-3, because technically the noes go last. In a vote of 2-3, that motion fails.
All right, we had a vote of 2-3. That motion fails. Are there any motions at this time? Senator DeMera,
I move to table this bill by unanimous consent.
are there any objections?
I object. That's
Alright.
a point of order. That was already made by me.
I
That is correct. I'm going to give you a warning for that. Senator Reich.
I move to table this bill by roll call vote.
All right. May the clerk please take the roll again?
Do I have to write down motions that were ruled dilatory on the thing?
You say just for dilatory.
You could just say dilatory in parentheses, yeah. Parentheses dilatory.
That's what the Senate secretaries do. They say a motion was made and then period dilatory period. That's what.
Yeah, I did that then. All right, Senator Mayor. Senator Marcelino.
Sorry, I was.
Senator Marcelino.
No.
Senator Reich.
Yes.
Senator Wang.
Yes.
Would the chair like to cast a vote?
I'll abstain.
All right, any vote of 3 to 1 to 1 abstention, that motion passes.
All right, I vote 3 to 1 to 1. That motion passes. The bill has been procedurally tabled. Senator Bowman, I don't believe you have any other bills, so I hope you have an amazing day, and thank you for coming to the Judiciary Committee.
Yeah, thanks for calling. Have a nice one. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I also have a motion.
What motion?
I move for a 5-minute recess so we can use the restroom.
Gotcha.
I move to amend the motion to say.
Unanimous consent. Sorry, by unanimous consent.
I move to amend the motion to, subject to call by the chair, by unanimous consent.
okay with that.
You can't do that because it was by unanimous consent, so you're going to object to it.
Okay then.
Could I withdraw my motion and remake it?
You sure, bro?
I move to a 5-minute recess until called back by the chair by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion passes. I'll try to call this meeting back to order at 1:31 p.m.
I owe you a lot when it comes to formatting. I really do. I get you a card at the end of this
Oh my
term.
god.
Which bill is next to be heard?
This is what you created.
What?
Your committee.
I just chaired.
That's
You
true.
did. You should have larped for the rest of the semester.
With your
Should've larped
dazzling blue eyes.
Wait, it's my twinkly blue eyes.
Oh, your twinkly blue eyes.
Twinkly blue eyes.
Candidate who came in
What's the next vote?
It will be SSB.
The candidate who came into the organizing.
Oh, wow.
I love my job.
It's honestly my dream too. Someone walking in.
I love it.
Good eyes.
Let me. Sorry, your hatch act was tabled, so I'm trying to make sure I get.
My hatch act was tabled, but then I withdrew it, so thank you.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to get clarified. It's SB
49.
2023-1149. Streamlining Committee Meetings Act.
Is that why?
Budai. So I'm gonna call Shalisa in a second. I need to get the
Wait,
number.
Right.
Do you know what SSB 2023-1150
Kind of
was?
funny if I wasn't, I just had it.
Yeah, wow.
I just like that design.
You said what again?
Do you know what SSB 2023-1150 was?
1150 was budget bill. 1150, 51, 52 were budgets. Those were the authorizations and that code revision.
Because I know Jackie was like, I'm missing one bill. I don't know if she texted you about it.
You said what again?
I know Jackie texted you about like a bill or something that was missing numbers.
We need to fix our numbering.
Well, I mean, what numbering system? I call this meeting back to order at 1:31 p.m. Please note this meeting may be filmed and our audio recorded. This meeting minutes, any other records may be made available to the public. I'm going to call Senator Budai one more time.
No idea.
49.
Oh, 49.
seeing that Senator Budai has not contacted me back, that means that the presentation and question and answer period have been automatically waived alongside with final privilege. So let's move on to the 5 minutes of debate on the bill. Any members wishing to speak in debate?
Point of personal privilege.
Yes.
May the chair repeat the numbering of the bill.
Yes, SSB 2023-1149. It's the Streamlining Committee Meetings Act written by Senator Shalisa Budai. Any other members wishing to speak in debate? Vice Chair Marcelino.
Yeah, so I mean, this is like nothing that is anything, you know, substantially different from what we already do. And as we made an amendment before in the prior meetings, we struck out the highlights portion, which is probably the more subjective version of it. But however, we still do full recordings of committees, of at least the Senate, and we have audio recordings of our committee meetings. And it's basically just being uploaded to YouTube rather than just Facebook, so I don't see any criteria problems with this. It's basically just moving platforms, and especially since the chairman Ghazali of the Information Communications Committee is the one who specifically asked for YouTube. So I would think that the chairperson would have, you know, more knowledge of their like committee's affairs than us. So.
And again, I mean, I don't know like what. I mean, it's at the request of the chairperson. I mean, it's just posting it on the Student Senate YouTube. I think if there is one that's defunct and we can't access it, I think creating a whole new one is not hard to do. Recording these meetings is also not difficult. It's just simply putting a camera, which you can access from Marston, or you can even access on your own for like less than $100. But obviously, again, there are cheaper alternatives. You just record the committee meeting. There's no rules outlining how the committee meeting must be viewed, just as long as it's recorded visually. I really don't see any other issues with this, but go from the 5 criteria. Any other members wishing to speak in debate? Seeing now, we'll move into motions. Vice Chair Marcelino.
I move to approve SSB 2023-1149 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Follow up, or are you just gonna move it over there?
I follow up.
Okay.
I move to approve by roll call vote.
By roll call vote. All right, may the clerk please take the roll.
Okay. Senator Mayor. Senator Marcelino.
Yes.
Senator Reich.
No.
Senator Wayne.
No.
Chairperson Stevens, you know anything?
I'll vote yes.
All right, in a vote of 2 to 3, that motion fails.
All right, in a vote of 2 to 3, that motion fails. We have a motion at this time. Senator Mara.
I move to table that bill by roll call vote.
Awesome, perfect. May the clerk please take the roll when they're ready.
Oh, of course. Absolutely both thanks off. All right. Senator Mara.
Yes.
Senator Marcelino.
No.
Senator Reich.
Yes.
Senator Wayne.
Yes.
Will the chair cast a vote?
Let abstain.
All right, yeah, vote of 3 to 1 to 1, that motion passes.
All right, a vote of 3 to 1 to 1, that motion passes. This bill has been procedurally tabled. All right. We'll move on. So now we're actually on to submitted legislation. Bills approved. Bills submitted. Alright, let me go ahead. Just give me a couple seconds as I move a couple bills around. Clerk, just to make sure 1094 was tabled, correct?
1094.
Mm-hmm.
1094 was failed.
Failed by application. Thank you. Just make sure. And then I'll pull that out real quick. And then let's see. 1093 was tabled, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. That's what I got mixed up. All right, we're gonna go move on to our bills now. Thank y'all again for being patient with me. We're gonna move on to SSB 2022-1153, resolution advocating for increased access to resources for transfer students at the University of Florida. This was written by Senator Claudia Garcia. I have not received any notification of their phone number or any other form of communication outside of in person.
1151.
53.
1153. Cool. So their presentation and question and answer period has been waived. We'll now move on to 5 minutes debate. I'll actually start debate going on this. So there's a couple things I am just a little confused about when it comes to this resolution. I just think that it's a little like I understand this sentiment, and again, like I've a lot of colleagues who are transfer students, and I understand that like transfer students have a more unique experience than people who come in for their first year. I just feel like this resolution is not necessarily in line with the aspect of implication, and the reason why I say that is that there really isn't anything besides just saying increased outreach initiatives or presence at events. There's like nothing really specifically geared towards this. This isn't really something that's very I guess necessarily comprehensive in my opinion, and I think that that's just gonna send a lot of question marks to people within not only the new Center for New Students, Parents, and Family Engagement, but a lot of the other individuals left in the proviso as to what strategically is being asked here. I mean, I'm open to having this being passed. I think that it's a very minor concern, but I just don't necessarily see where what action is specified here. I feel like it's just saying, please outreach to transfer students, but I feel like a more comprehensive solution would be, here's how you can outreach to students like other senators have outlined in previous bills. So it's my major concern with this. Yes?
I would agree that there most likely are some more comprehensive actions or suggestions that could have been placed in the resolution. That being said, just to speak on the point of implication, whereas the point of the resolution is to express the sentiment of the Student Senate, and it could be a preemptive step for the senator to pursue further actions. I just think that I agree with you in that we could definitely pass this and see.
Awesome. Vice Chair Marcelino?
Yeah, I mean, in regard to the 5 criteria, there's nothing really that I have against it. However, I do there could be more tangible, what do you call this, goals that could be put in the therefore clauses and actually be expressed by our Student Senate, especially because in the way that we outline how to write resolutions, we like to see more specific things, like actual programs that are implemented now at the university or just anywhere, and just actually specific goals that we want to reach, because whilst this is just a sentiment and resolution, we would like to outline clear goals that we want to set for ourselves. So I feel like that should be a bit more further expressed within the resolution. But I look forward to any amendments to be made in regard to this, and whether or not Senator Garcia is open to such. So, yeah.
Yes, Senator Reich.
Yeah, I agree with all the sentiments expressed. I wish it was more comprehensive, but I do think that the ideas that were conveyed have merit and value, especially to this author, I'd imagine. And I think that we should let her get her ideas out onto the Senate floor.
Yeah, I mean, I think even just the whole second whereas clause where it says transfer students face a number of barriers when transferring to a new institution. What barriers? I feel like without explaining that or delineating that within our resolutions, then it's just putting out a statement. And I'll be real with you. I really hate very one-liner whereas clauses and therefore clauses as a person, from a policy standpoint. But even from a criteria standpoint and implication and clarity, we have to delineate those things clear. It's only failing our students if we don't. Yes.
Yeah, so the way that I see resolutions being formatted as are they're a cute little mini essay. And so if that essay doesn't have your evidence and then your explanation of the evidence, then doesn't really have much standing. And so I would like to see some things to be a bit more beefed out. And so yeah, as I said before, there's nothing really wrong with this that judiciary has the prerogative to fail it. So I'd like to see it on the Senate floor and see what more we can add to it. So yeah.
So, all right. I think that's it for me. Any more wishing to speak in debate? Are there other motions at this time? Vice Chair Marcelino.
I move to amend the title of the bill to state Student Senate Bill 2023-1153 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion passes. Follow up.
I move to add myself to the sponsors line by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion passes. Follow up.
I move to add Senators Saka Demera, Matthew Reich, and Lori Wong to the sponsors line by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion passes. Follow up.
I move to debold the citations line, the citations part of the bill by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion passes. Follow
I
up.
move to approve SSB 2023-1153 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion passes. SSB 2023-1153 has been approved. I'm just adding all the sponsors down. Are you good? When you're in. Thank you for the answer. Very well.
I think my facial expressions was a lot more than any of the words I could say.
I figured. All right, we're going to now move on to SSB 2023-1154. This was resolution addressing the needs for crosswalks across 35th Place and 23rd Street. This was written by author Senate President Oscar Santiago Perez. And this was sponsored by Majority Party Leader Simone Liang, Senator Raj Mia, Senator Shalisa Budai, and Senator Angelo Gangado. Once the clerk is ready, you will have 5 minutes to begin.
Point of personal privilege.
What's up?
May I direct one quick question? Actually, I'll do it in the question and answer period. I was supposed to.
What's up?
So this is just stream stuff, but when we all want to be sponsors on a bill, can we just say move to add the Judiciary Committee as sponsors?
You can. I mean, I think that either way is fine. I think that if you would like to be able to have ownership over that bill, I think that having it be individually outlined is not a bad idea. I think that if you just want to say Judiciary Committee, that's also not a bad idea either. I'm on the personally. If I'm going to put my name down, go ahead.
So back in, I think 2022, we struck the ability to have the entire, committee itself be a sponsor of a bill or even write a bill.
That is
unless it's we withdraw the name, then Judiciary Committee can be there. So, the Judiciary Committee itself can't be the like sponsor.
I think I screwed up the question. I
Go
meant like just say Judiciary Committee.
Like members of.
Members of the Judiciary Committee. That we just.
It's the same difference because at the end of the day, like it's a very like I know what's going on. This was with the Legislative Prerogative Act that was passed by former Senate President Pro Tempore Noah Feinberg, and this pretty much barred anyone besides senators and student body executive officials from being sponsors. Sure, you can make the delineation that the committee is full of sponsor of senators, but at the same time, because of that delineation, that it is specifically only senators, and again, the student body president, vice president, treasurer, I don't want to put us up for litigation, so any motion like that would be dilatory.
Right.
And
I was curious. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Okay. Presentation time.
Oh,
You gave us a historical analysis, so let's get onto your bill.
Oh yeah. 1 second. So we said 1154, the crosswalk one.
Yes.
Okay. We'll present that. So this is just a small resolution that to basically address the need for to have crosswalks on these streets. These streets are in District D, and I live literally on one of those. Live at Gainesville Place, and every week for RNA actually, and for Judiciary if I have to come, which I usually do, I have to take the 35 and the 37, and for that I have to jaywalk across 35th Place. There's literally no other way for me to catch the 35 or the 37 to go to the rights. Like every student that crosses that needs to take those buses, especially late at night or during the weekends, have to jaywalk as well. Frankly, that's just unsafe. I mean, we all know how the usage of lights or even just a crosswalk can help reduce the risk of accidents with pedestrian safety. And 23rd Street, it's the same story, but that's the street where you have apartments like University Commons, you have Town Park, University Club apartments, not the bar. And yeah, I've tried to also reach out personally to both City Commissioner Casey Willits about this issue. I've also emailed the 2 city commissioners that represent the Gainesville at large, and I've also I don't know if I've reached out to Mayor Ward, but I think I did, about this issue. I have not received any single response from them, unfortunately, and I do intend at some point to probably go up to their general public comment to address this, and I would like to be able to have this resolution to be able to state that the Senate also has recognized this issue, and I think that this is an issue that needs to be addressed as well within our Senate. So that is all. I will yield.
All right, we'll move on to 5 minutes of question and answer. Senator Reich.
Just for the record, you do mean Southwest 35th. It's like all the Southwests in front of it, right? Because the title and so the text does not say Southwest.
Yeah.
Because I've driven by there and I thought the same thing. I was like,
We can make that amendment if need be.
I'm just trying to pull up the bill. I thought I had. Yes, I meant Southwest 35th Place.
And Southwest 23rd Street. Is it also Southwest 23rd Street?
Yeah, I just pulled it up. Yeah.
It is Southwest 23rd? Yes, it's Southwest 23rd and Southwest 35th Street. Yes.
Any other members wishing to speak in question and answer? Vice Chair Marcelino?
Does not the 34 go through Gainesville Place though?
So while that is true, if it continues going, like if you're coming from campus and you take 34, you will have to then go down to Lexington Crossing, and then you're gonna have to wait for like 10 minutes which is very inconvenient, especially if you're just trying to get back home and then wait for it to move back up. So I still found myself having to cross 35th Street or Southwest 35th Street.
All right. Any other members wishing to speak in question and answer? Seeing no, we'll move into 5 minutes of debate. Any members wishing to speak in debate? Vice Chair Marcelino?
I mean, 5 criteria wise, there's nothing really wrong with it. I like to see some similar things to Southwest 27th Street because I too have to jaywalk sometimes. So, you know.
Awesome. Any other members wishing to speak in question debate? Seeing no, we'll move into 2 minutes of final privilege.
I wait.
All right. We'll move into the motions. Vice Chair Marcelino?
I move to amend the title of the bill to read Senate Bill 2023-1154 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion passes. Follow up.
I move to add myself to the sponsor's line by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion passes.
Follow up. I
Follow up.
move to add an empty space between the title author sponsors line and the first whereas clause by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion passes.
Follow
Follow up.
up. I move to approve SSB 2023-1154 by unanimous consent.
I would like to add myself. Yes.
Okay. I rescind. I move to add Judiciary Chairperson Jonathan Chan Stevens to the sponsors line by unanimous consent.
Awesome. All right. Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion passes.
Follow up.
Follow
I
up.
move to add Senators Saket Damera, Matthew Reich, and Lori Wong to the sponsors line by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion passes.
Follow up.
Follow up.
I move to add Senate President Pro Tempore Nathan McGinnis to the sponsors line by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion passes.
Follow up.
Follow up.
I move to approve SSB 2023.
Point of information before we do that. Did we change the Southwest?
Oh,
We did not. No.
I rescind my motion.
Yep.
I have a follow up.
Go ahead.
I move to amend the title of the bill to read Southwest 35th Place and Southwest 23rd Street by unanimous consent.
Follow up. Are there any objections? Excuse me. Seeing none, that motion passes.
Follow up.
Follow up.
I move to approve SSB 2023-1154 by unanimous consent.
Are you not going to change the other ones? There's like one in the whereas clause. There's others in the whereas clauses. Did we just
I
say
rescind
all-
my
did we
motion.
say all
Yeah.
iterations?
I rescind my motion. I follow up.
Follow up.
I move to at every iteration of 35th Place and or 23rd Street to add Southwest prior to the numbering by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion passes.
Is that it? Follow up.
Follow up.
I move to approve SSB 2023-1154 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion passes. SSB 2023-1154 has been approved. All right. All right, we're going to go and move on to SSB 2023-1155. About to pull that up real quick. It is the resolution requesting exercise classes to promote mental health, wellness, and student recreation centers. This was written by Senator Jillian Sparkman and Senator Jordan Niedenberg. And it was sponsored by Member-at-Large Isabel Pont, Senator Monish Vijay-Raghavan, Senator Eric O., Senator Samantha Kingert, Senator Lori Wing, and Senator Owen Leckabush. Will an author or sponsor please present?
Present.
Gotcha. Go ahead. You may your turn.
All right. Good afternoon. I'm gonna keep this short. As I
Wait,
said,
can you, what's your name again?
Jordan Edinburgh.
Okay, cool. I just want to make sure.
All right. I'll restart. Good afternoon. I'm gonna keep this short. As a senator, I've seen tensions growing all summer from both sides. However, one thing both sides can agree on is the improvement of mental health of the student body. As the university continues to improve, the mental health of the student's body should not have to fall behind. That's why this bill should go through. Thank you. Yield the rest of my time.
All right, thank you. We'll now move into 5 minutes of question and answer. Are there any members wishing to speak in question and answer? Vice Chair Marcelino?
Yeah, because I'm curious because we recently passed in the Senate a resolution regarding mental health that was also written by Senator Sparkman. How substantially different or like similar is this bill to the previous resolution that we passed last Senate meeting?
So I can't particularly talk about the resolution that she passed herself, because I don't know a lot about that bill, but I can tell you that if this were to be passed, it's more of an improvement on just adding more classes and just trying to gain more possibilities for students to join classes to be able to improve mental health possibilities.
All right, are there any members wishing to speak in question and answer? Senator DeMera.
Yeah, so just to clarify, a differentiating factor is that this is focusing on student recreation centers and like unathletic, more physical-based like way to improve mental health outcomes.
Correct, yeah.
Are there any members wishing to speak in question and answer? I actually do have a question. So I actually did some research on this, and I saw that Southwest Rec, Student Rec, I don't believe that they're outdoor facilities, but I don't know if that would make any sense. They all provide yoga classes, and they all have promoted them on their social media accounts extensively. I'm just kind of, I have a major question, like what is this going to do substantially? Because it's already in existence, and it's already being promoted.
So what it's doing is just promoting and offering more classes and opportunities to the student body in order to take these classes. I understand that Southwest already has yoga classes already in place, but it's just another opportunity to be able to add substantial classes and opportunities for students to be able to get better into shape, feel better, look better, all that good stuff.
Senator DeMera.
Yeah, so from my understanding, there's different forms of yoga that focus on spirituality and then the physical aspect and the mental health. Are you attempting to promote the more mental health focused forms of yoga through collaborations with the counseling the Center for Student Rec?
Exactly. So that's our goal, along with the physical aspect, of course, but we're mainly focusing on the mental health aspect, trying to improve. You said it great.
Yeah, sorry, I'm gonna make sure I have the time correct on my own. Cool. So just to make sure, I have a follow-up on my question. I just, again, did you delineate this in the resolution? Because I just don't see it clearly where it says creating, promoting new classes. It just says creating, which is not necessarily adding new classes. I'm just gonna.
Well, it's creating a new type of class. So the class that they have now is not the class that we're putting forward.
And what class would that? Sorry, go ahead.
So like you said, the type of yoga that is offered right now is more physical. Not it's one type of yoga. There's multiple types. So different types of poses and stuff like that are less physical, more focused on breathing, opening up your lungs, just making you feel better overall. Some examples for early morning workouts and stuff like that to just help you start your day in a more positive way.
Okay, and what kind of yoga style is that? I'm a little aware of the other types, but what style is it specifically?
So I don't know specifically. Yeah, that's all I can say. I don't know specifically the exact type.
Okay. Vice Chair Marcelino.
Yeah. So, in regards to, because you said in the resolution title, it said requesting exercise classes. So is there anything outside of just yoga that you're looking to promote more?
So nothing specifically, nothing exactly, but we're more focusing on to promote not rigorous physical exercises. It's more short, more calisthenic exercises. So jumping jacks, push-ups, more just short-term exercises that anybody could do.
Any other members wishing to speak in question and answer? Senator Reich.
So could you elaborate on the main point, one of the main points of this bill, which would be the cooperation between Student Rec and CWC?
That's gonna be a time, unfortunately.
Okay.
All right, we're gonna now move on to 5 minutes of debate. I'm gonna go ahead and begin real quick. So I understand the sentiments of this bill, and I trust me, I agree with everything going on here. Major concern though is just based off the implication. I don't think that this resolution is accomplishing what you're telling me right now. I think that the language is more so focusing on saying that it's creating new classes, when in fact, I've looked at and I've done my research on it, and it seems like they've added a diverse set of classes. I can actually pull up on my Google real quick. I looked at the classes here. In Southwest Rec specifically, they have Power Yoga, Mobility 101, Vinyasa Yoga, Yin Yoga, and then even at Student Rec, they also have a Vinyasa Yoga class as well. So it's kind of like a very mix of both, like a lot of health-based ones and like mobility ones, but also mental health and spiritual ones. And so I'm just like, I think you have to be a little bit more clear as to what specific type it is. And I think that that's like, even just you even knowing what kind of class it is specifically, I think that it's a huge thing. I don't mind us moving this forward, obviously, but I think that if there's not an amendment submitted to this, then I don't see how this is going to help Dr. Hall or any of her staff be able to know what exactly you're looking for. Senator DeMera.
I mean, I can definitely understand where you're coming from with a lot of those points. Granted, I've actually tried to engage with Southwest Rec classes, like specifically for the Vinyasana yoga classes, and it's sort of hard to even like get in a class. But granted, I do think there are some actual steps and amendments that can be made to this resolution on the floor, and I'd be more than happy to work with you on those, just to make sure that there's tangible effects that you can work with the Director of Rec Sports on.
All right. Yeah, you'll have 2 minutes of final privilege, just so you know. So you'll get to speak. Joaquin, Senator Marcelino speaking.
Senator.
Vice Chair Marcelino, go ahead. Sorry.
So, yeah, just like in regard to like how debate went with the previous resolution, like the previous resolution, I think that it needs to be a bit more comprehensive, especially because there are things that already exist within here, and obviously the sentiment is well shared throughout the Senate. And however, I do want to see a bit more like specificity, because the thing that we have tried to emphasize with resolutions is specificity, making sure, as I said before, evidence and emphasis of that evidence, and having things be factually and logically based, and we don't want to undermine any of the university's missions and like what they already have in regard to what they've already set up. And when we're trying to speak with the university, it helps to actually be a bit more specific and have actual tangible goals in regard to our resolutions. Otherwise, it'll just end up being practically just it's just there. It's just sitting there. And so I would like to see our resolutions be a bit more comprehensive in that regard. But obviously, I look forward to amendments on the Senate floor, because there is nothing that the Judiciary Committee, in my opinion, has in regard to its prerogative of failing this bill in committee.
Agreed. Any other members wishing to speak in debate? Seeing no, we'll move on to 2 minutes of final privilege. This is your time to be able to speak and just share your last minute thoughts on our debate on the question and answer period. Your time starts whenever you're ready.
So I'm just gonna just touch on the bill that was already passed that's saying that Southwest already has this stuff. So I understand that, and I'm willing to work with anybody if you get in touch with me or Jill. We want to improve this because we all care about the mental health status of the student body. So we're willing to work with this and just change it. I understand that the class don't exist, so we're willing to add, not create. And yeah, that's kind of it. Just email one of us.
All right. Are there any motions at this time? Vice Chair Marcelino.
I move to amend the title of the bill to read Student Senate Bill 2023-1155.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion passes. Follow up.
I move that in the last therefore clause, it read promotion of new classes for the benefit of the entire student community by unanimous consent.
All right, and that's at the promotion of
yes.
those classes. New classes. For
to strike these and to add new.
All right, perfect. Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion passes. Follow up.
Do any of y'all want to be sponsors? No.
Yeah.
Yeah. I move to add Senators Saket Demera and Matthew Reich to the sponsors line by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion passes. Follow up.
I move to approve SSP 2023-1155 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion passes. That bill has been passed. Congratulations. Please make sure if you want to reach out to me, I'm always open to help you out with amendments. All right, let's go ahead and move on. I'm just going to go add that to our past legislation for today. We're going to move on to SSB 2023-1156. It's the resolution advocating for increased recreation spaces for students. This was written by Senator Nathan Patrick, Senator Paige Klepp, Minority Party Lead, Bronson Alamand, Senator Monish Fijer-Jaragavin, Senator Owen Leckebusch, Senator Julius Cypher, Senator Claudia Garcia, Senator Samantha Kindred, Senator Eric O, and Senator Elsa Brantmeyer. By the looks of it, no member who's on this list is in this committee. Therefore, because I didn't receive any notifications for a phone call, I will be waiving their presentation and question and answer period. Now I'll move us on in debate, and I'll go ahead and start briefly with a couple things that I noted. Again, lack of clarity and specificity when it comes to what is actually being accomplished here. I mean, I think that UF has done not only an exceptional job, but I mean, honestly, a world-class job in being able to provide not only a unique amount of green spaces, but also opportunities for students to have recreation. I'm just, again, trying to see, exactly what new is being advocated here. We have tennis courts and workout stations near the Southwest Rec, and I don't know if Student Rec does, but I do believe that they do have something along those lines. So, I mean, if you're advocating for a new facility, I haven't seen any data that says that that's necessary or that would need to be added. Again, when we look at the next whereas clause, additional outdoor recreation spaces, what kinds? I'm trying to look through the resolution. And again, I agree with the sentiments about increasing outdoor spaces, but it's just, again, what new needs to be added? I think the only thing that I'm noticing is, again, this whole conduct regular assessments and surveys. I don't know if there's data on that. And again, I wish the author came into committee to even share, or the sponsors came into committee to share that detail, but they didn't. It's just hard for me to really have any confidence that this resolution is going to give Dr. Hall, her staff, or even the Sustainability UF staff or any other officials any sort of, understanding of what they can do. It's just saying, please make more outdoor spaces. That's not very helpful. And I think that's not only going to hurt our relationship with our campus partners, but it also could create a situation where, again, we're setting a standard in this committee where we can just create these resolutions that are just talking about general ideas without providing comprehensive solutions. And it's not something saying that you have to tell me the specific policy, but again, saying me critiquing a policy, but it's just the lack of policy is just a concern that I just have from an implicative standpoint. Vice Chair Marcelino.
Yeah, so as I said before, going off with how we did critique the previous two resolutions, as I said before, evidence, exaggeration, and then the specificity of how we then back up our resolutions, because we as a Senate are agreeing to this, and it's a sentiment that we're sending to the university, and not just for ourselves, but rather actually communicating that with university officials. And obviously, when trying to communicate that, we need to have things that back us up. And in regard to that, I don't really see any evidence in regard to that, but obviously with 5 criteria and all, I don't really see anything that gives us the prerogative of failing this in regard to that. But yeah, I would like to see a bit more specificity, and just as a culture within the Senate to have at least to treat our resolutions a bit more comprehensively. But I know that with the tour that we have with Southwest Rec, that they actually they have staff that actually takes off the amount of people within each basketball court. I don't know if they do that with the tennis courts that they have or the beach volleyball that they have in adjacent to Southwest Rec, but I do know that they actually do some sort of data pooling in regard to that. So I like to, just basically have more tangible goals that we can actually express to the university. And we also have within our codes the ability to have a commission on environmental impacts in regard to that. And Southwest has already expanded, and so in regard to budgetary implications, that's also a problem that has come up within this committee. So, yeah.
Any other members wishing to speak in debate? 2 minutes of final privilege have been waived. I actually would like to relinquish my duties as the chair real quick. Make a couple amendments.
Are there any motions regarding the bill? Senator.
I do actually have a motion. Sorry.
Okay, Chairperson Stevens, sorry. The chairperson takes precedent.
So I have a motion to amend the title line to say 2023-1150, if I'm correct, 6 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections to amending the title of the bill? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Follow up.
Follow up.
I move to amend the sponsors line to instead saying minority party lead to minority party leader by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections to amending the sponsors line of the bill? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Follow up.
Follow up.
I actually moved to table this bill by roll call.
Made the clerk call the roll.
Sorry, I'm trying to write down minority party leader instead of minority party
That's why
lead.
you have little shortcuts.
Wow, I did not have time to actually do this. So much pressure.
Do you need 10 minutes?
I don't need 10 minutes. I just need a little bit of extra time to, find my list. All right. Senator Demira.
This is the motion to table, correct?
Yes.
No.
You're the chair, so Chairperson Stevens.
Yes.
Senator Reich.
No.
Senator Wayne.
No.
All right. Would you like to cast a vote?
I
Mr.
abstain.
Mix acting chair, sorry.
I abstain.
Okay. So I see that is 1, 2, 3, 2, 1 abstention, and the motion fails.
All right, I have a follow up.
In a vote of 1 to 3 to 1, the motion procedurally fails.
Follow up.
Follow
I'll
up.
move to approve this bill by unanimous consent.
Are there any?
Actually, I'll move to approve it by roll call vote.
What? Senator Demary, we have a point of proposal.
So would we have, if there were any amendments to the bill?
You can.
You can
would
make. You can like what you want to be added to the sponsors line. I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I'll rescind that and I'll make a motion. Withdrawn. I'll make a motion.
Senator, Chairperson Stevens.
I'm assuming it's just you two. Are you adding yourself?
Oh, yes.
I'm asking you.
No.
Gotcha. I move to add Senator Saka Tamara and Senator Matthew Reich to the sponsors line by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections to the addition to the sponsors line? Seeing none, the motion passes.
All right. Follow up.
With this.
So point of personal privilege, I have another amendment to the text before we motion to approve, unless, if you still want to go through it, then I'm not going to stop you.
Then what text? What I mean, what's the motion then?
Can I make it, or?
No.
Okay.
You can make it on the floor. I move to approve this bill
By roll call vote.
by roll call vote.
May the clerk call the roll.
Oh boy, yay.
Wait, point of parliamentary inquiry.
Senator Reich.
So, if I were to, if the approval were to be voted down, would the same motion be able to be made again after the amendment has been made?
No.
Well, I mean, with substantial changes to the actual thing, we make a motion.
Would the chair be amenable to that?
I would not be amenable to that.
Are you the chair right now?
I could relinquish my duties back.
I'm gonna defer to the Senate President on this.
Well, considering that you would have to make a motion to reconsider, essentially.
And what's, and point of parliamentary inquiry, what's the threshold on that?
To reconsider? Majority? No?
Yeah.
It's a majority vote.
It had to be in the affirmative.
Yeah, you have to also be on the prevailing side of that motion.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like what motion is, so I can make the motion then. Like, what is it?
To change minority party leader Alamond to just party leader, because I believe that there's a tie in the Senate right now.
I mean, like, do you have that data to back that up?
I mean, do you want to count everyone? I've done it internally.
This isn't a.
We're not in a debate period right now, so we can debate that on the Senate floor. I apologize. So
I still
we
stand
are.
by my motion to approve by roll call vote.
Okay, we get it. May the clerk call the roll.
Point of information,
Senator DeMera.
and I don't mean to be combative about this, but because we have the Senate President Pro Tempore here, would I be able to defer the current count to them?
Whoa. This can be. I don't want to be too rash on this, so we'll leave it to the Senate.
Again,
floor.
I don't, point of information.
Yes.
I don't mean to be too rash, I just am asking if we can just fact
Point
check
of
the
order.
available data.
Chairperson Stevens, what is your point of order?
You've already given your determination on the record. You said you don't want to be rash in this matter, so you will just defer to having that be answered on the Senate floor.
Yeah, I will agree with that point of order. I'm not saying that you can't do it. I'm just saying that as a committee we can decide that on the Senate floor as a body. So when we have the full numbers. But yeah. We are now in line for your vote. May the chair call the roll.
Great. Senator DeMera.
And this is the motion to approve the bill?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. Chairperson Stevens.
I'll abstain.
Senator Reich.
Yes.
Senator Wang.
Yes.
Would you like to cast a vote? Ms.
I'll abstain.
Okay. In a vote of 3 to 0 to 2 abstentions, that motion passes.
In a vote of 3 to 0 to 2 abstentions, that motion passes. SSB 2023-1156 has been passed and will be forwarded to the Replacement Agenda Committee. Let me go ahead and save this real quick. We're going to move on to SSB 2023-1157. 1157, it's the resolution recognizing the need for hydration resources on campus. This was written by Senator Paige Klepp, Senator Elsa Brandtmeyer. It was sponsored by Rules and Ethics Chairwoman Liliana Clark, Senator Monique Beatrice-Rogovin, Senator Aisha Caduce, Senator Owen Leckebusch, Majority Member at Large Isabel Ponce, Senator Samantha Kingard, and Senator Julius Cypher. Seeing as no sponsors or authors are within this room, I will be, again, waiving their presentation and question and answer period. We'll move on to 5 minutes of debate. Vice Chair Marcelino?
Yeah, so just 5 criteria was legality, constitutionality, format, and clarity. All those pass. Implication, though, as this committee has liked to reaffirm, is the budgetary implication of this in regards to providing free Gatorade at various locations on campus. As many students may know, we already have many vending machines that do carry Gatorade around campus. They also provide some free Gatorade sometimes at the HSCC if you have any problems regarding your health. And so they just give you a cute little Gatorade. And so I just want to see a bit more specification in regard to this and a bit more evidence regarding how this may or may not be funded, or how this may or may not be, implemented. The whereas clauses are a bit scarce in regard to that, and as I said before, I like to see more specificity. What do you call this? Evidence, exaggeration, specificity, and just tangible goals that we may achieve within resolutions, because that is the precedent that we have made, especially within the presentation that was provided to us a few years ago in regards to resolutions that was provided by the Judiciary Committee at that time, that this is the way that resolutions should be formatted. So
Yeah. Any other members wishing to speak in debate? Sakat the Mayor.
I would be inclined to agree with you in terms of the budgetary constraint, but if this were an authorization or a bill, granted it's a resolution, and in my eyes, the resolution can be used as a tool to reaffirm the commitment of the student body to other entities, such as Southwest Rec and the Student Infirmary, as stated in the resolution, I think it doesn't have an implicative issue by virtue of it being an advocacy piece.
There's a couple things. First of all, I want to mention about the fiscal account, and I want to make sure this is very clear for the record on what occurred this past Senate meeting, but also what occurred in the last Judiciary meeting regarding fiscal review. The Budget and Appropriations Committee does not review that aspect, and so I just want to make sure that's very clear that when we talk about these things, I know that you're making your commentary, but I think moving forward in general, it is dilatory, same as anything else. If we have a fiscal issue, you can bring that up on the Senate floor, or if you have that data that you've researched because you've read the bill and you've provided that, then we can have that dialogue. And so that's all I have to say on that matter. Any other members wishing to speak in debate? Only thing I'll say is where's the locations? Where are we going to have this specifically placed? It just feels very haphazard to just say like at various locations, like where is the need going to be assessed? How is that need going to be clarified? Like I again appreciate the focus on getting more hydration resources on campus. As someone who has like high blood pressure, a lot of times I do need that hydration in order for me to be able to deal with some of my symptoms that I may go through. And so it's great to have these kind of resources on campus, but if you're not going to specify where, again, it's only going to confuse the campus partners that are put in our proviso. But not only that, it just goes back to the, I think we're talking about fiscal accountability. And again, there's no data really to say anything, so I won't go too deep into this, but rec sports is under the Big Five, and so they would be under our fiscal purview. And so, even if it's going to them, we also have to balance that as well. But Senator DeMare?
So, just, again, not to come off as combative, but the locations are the infirmary and Southwest Recreation, and I think the resolution is intending on locations like similar to those. And then on top of that, I agree that like Southwest Rec does fall within our budgetary constraint, but it was the budget for Southwest Rec was allocated to them, and it's under the purview of the director to work with their budget based on like when that money was allocated. So I think like reasonably it could be worked alongside them.
True, but I think Southwest Rec is like a specific location that is a little bit more on the off-campus side of things or not. I think the infirmary is the same thing as well. I think it's only operations like 8 to 5, and yeah, that's a reasonable time, but again, like the infirmary already provides those resources. They're like Vice Chair Marcelino has already delineated. I think Southwest Rec probably also does, and I don't think we've had that dialogue. And I had more inquiries if the authors came, but yet again, they have not presented themselves in this committee meeting, which is very unusual for authors. And so again, yes, I understand where you're coming from, but these resources are already provided. So where else are we going to advocate for this? There's a lot of other places I could think of, but without that delineated, again, this is only furthering confusing our campus partners. Vice Chair Marcelino?
Yeah, so with the sentiment of the bill, not to say that I don't like it, I'm just saying that being as we already provide some of these resources, and some of these resources can be found as vending machines, especially because we do have a partnership with...
At this time, unfortunately. All right, we'll now move on to motions. Any motions at this time? Vice Chair Marcelino?
I move to amend the title of the bill to read Student Senate Bill 2023-1137 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion passes.
And I yield my time.
You use your time? Awesome. Any other motions at this time? Socket Senator Mayor?
I move to approve the bill by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion passes. This bill has been procedurally approved by the committee. I want to also reiterate, and just for the record, clearly, motions by unanimous consent do not necessarily mean that the committee member has affirmed that that's what they agree with. I know that that was something that was brought up in a lot of replacement agenda committee issues, but the parliamentarian has made it clear within their determination that that's just simply not the case. And if you'd like more information, please do reach out to parliamentarian Lupian for more information. We're going to move on to SSB 2023-1157, excuse me. Put this in the past bills. Save. Whew. This is the resolution advocating for the expansion of university-funded access paywalls to block resources for students. This was written by Senator Charlotte Russo, Senator Elsa Brantmeyer, and sponsored by Senator Monish Vijay-Raghavan, Senator Owen Leckabush, Member-at-Large Isabel Pons, Senator Julia Seifert, and Senator Samantha Kinger. Seeing as yet again there are no authors or sponsors in the room, they have waived their presentation and question and answer period. So therefore we'll now move on to 5 minutes of debate. Vice Chair Marcelino.
So yeah, in regard to, excuse me, constitutionality, formatting, clarity, those are pretty good. Legality-wise, I don't really see a problem with it, although that is up to the university and how they want to then reach out in regard to that and their own legal team, how they're going to be able to expand. Well, we already do have that we get through the George A. Smathers databases that could be provided off campus and on campus. Implication wise, I mean, as I said before, it's not really delineating which magazines and news outlets that they're referring to, because George A. Smathers does provide access to a lot of paywall blocked magazines and news outlets such as the New York Times and the Washington Post, and even all the way down to the Gainesville Sun, and it's in a tab that can be pulled up at the George A. Smathers website under databases, and it's just a whole list of things. It's from like 10,000 different news articles and news outlets and magazines, all the way to like cosmetics and stuff. So I don't know if this will undermine the actual university's mission and like their prerogative in regard to that. If we're gonna bring this towards the university, what sort of like confusion might this entail? Like, because there's not exactly delineating anything what's being blocked to and like what certain thing that they're looking for in regard to that, because we already provide a lot of these things.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and follow up on that. I want to correct though. The New York Times is funded by student government. It's not funded by George A. Smathers, but good. I mean, it was still like pretty relevant to the conversation. With all due respect to the authors, this is a very moot resolution in my opinion, without any sort of specification. What articles, what newspapers, what publications? You know, I work for the libraries, and I'm really honored to be able to work for one of the library extensions. We do an impressive job at giving so many students so much access to like resources, and it's not necessarily textbooks. I know that there's a resolution that will be heard today that talks about that, and we can get into that dialogue. But it gives to so many academic journals, so many resources for almost every single person on campus, not just STEM students, but you know, communication students, liberal arts students, etc. I feel like this is a little tone deaf. Not gonna lie, like this was an easy, quick Google search. I mean, you could look up library database resources, or better yet, paywall reduced, like university funded access to paywall blocked magazines, and you could probably find any sort of resources like that. I think that I would need something fundamentally like substantial. Give me a publication. Give me something specific that would help me to be more invested in this. But I just, on implication, it's just not doing it. It's kind of confusing, and it's going to confuse the electorate. But not only that, it's going to confuse our campus sponsors. And I mean, I don't even think our library sponsors were. I mean, yeah, I guess the dean of the university libraries was added. But I fear that they're going to get this email about the resolution. They're going to be like, well, we already have this, so what do you want? And I know that we have the ability to follow up, but being more specific allows for them to not have their time wasted in the meeting talking about this when it's like, we already have this stuff. I'm going to need something comprehensive for me to be more invested in this. Any other members wishing to speak in debate? Seeing none, we'll move on to motions. Are there any motions at this time? Vice Chair Marcelino.
I move to amend the title of the bill to rescind Senate Bill 2023-1158 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion passes. Follow up.
I move to table this bill by roll call vote.
Okay. By roll call vote, may the clerk please take the roll?
Senator Mera,
No.
Senator Marcelino,
Yes.
Senator Reich,
No.
Senator Wang,
No.
Chairperson Stevens.
I vote yes.
All right, in a vote of 2 to 3, that motion fails.
Vote of 2 to 3, that motion fails. Any motion at this time? Senator DeMera.
I move to approve this bill by roll call vote.
All right, awesome. May the clerk please take the roll.
All right. Senator Mera,
Yes.
Senator Marcelino,
I understand.
Senator Reich,
Yes.
Senator Wang.
Yes.
Chairperson Stevens.
I'll vote no.
All right, in a vote of 1 to, or sorry, in a vote of 3 to 1 to 1 abstention, that motion passes.
All right, I'm going to vote of 3 to 1 to 1. That motion passes. SSB 23-1158 will be approved and submitted to the Replacement Agenda Committee for consideration on the agenda. All right, I'm going to go add that to the approved bills. For those wondering why I'm taking so long, it's just because I'm adding it to the approved bills, making sure that's all lined up correctly. Well, now on to SSB 2023-1158, the political 9, excuse me. The Political Affiliation Realignment Technical Initiative, Party. It was written by Senate President Pro Tempore Nathan McGinnis and Senator Raj Mia, with sponsors Senator Angelo Gangano and Majority Party Leader Simone Liang. You will have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
All right, so just to remind everyone of the situation for the agreement that was made with the Supreme Court. So therefore, let it further be resolved that the following statements with committees will be agreed to. Number 7 was Rule 17 of the Rules and Procedures will be addressed before the end of summer B semester. That's what this rule is. It's about political affiliation, specifically addressing the Liberation Party ordeal that was going on with RNA and that messy situation. And that's sort of what this sorts to address. The first change is changing from any political party that's participated in elections to won a seat in an election within the last 2 election cycles. This sort of, I believe, if the party was not voted in by the student body, then why is it having representation, sort of? And just sort of that sort of address, and making sure that anyone who wanted to be affiliated is not getting misrepresented within the Senate. Next is to make it a sort of barrier of access between just randomly flipping parties back and forth. This sort of making sure that there is a scenario in the future where if one party has a larger majority than another party, they can't just flip and try and influence the other party. So in this case, if when you begin your affiliation form, if you want to affiliate with a party different from what you ran with, then you would need approval from that party, specifically from that party leader. And that's if that caucus already exists. And that's just sort of making sure, once again, there aren't anyone trying with malintent, trying to get into a party and trying to influence it. Just sort of make sure that everyone's in agreement. And I feel like that makes it more fair, make sure everyone's getting represented the way that they want to. And those subclauses just sort of make sure the same procedures followed with any summer replacement senator and permanent replacement senators. The next one is changing affiliation. So I still feel like you should be able to change your affiliation if you want to, but it shouldn't be this sort of flip-flop that we've been seeing. It's the same sort of procedure. You can change your affiliation to a different party as long as you get that signature from that party leader, and you can be recognized as independent at any time. So yeah, I'd also like to point out that Roger and I have been working on this for a while now. We've just been waiting to see if any other change has been made since it is the summer B deadline. And it's been talked about with both party leaders and trying to make this work out since we are supposed to pass this. On that, I hope to hear any questions so I can answer it.
Thank you.
My time.
We'll now move on to 5 minutes of question and answer. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to 5 minutes of debate. Are there any members wishing to speak in debate? No 5 criteria violations over here.
No, well, it's a little verbose for my taste, but you know, but there's no criteria violation for me.
All right, we're gonna move on to 2 minutes of final privilege. Whenever you're ready.
If you'd like to make any amendments to the verboseness, then sure.
Verbosity, actually.
Verbosity, sorry, I just made that up. I would also, one thing, if you'd like to make any amendments to the formatting of how specific rules are called out, because it's not using the chapter signal, it's just using parentheses, I'd also be amenable to that. And just to make it more consistent, because I've seen many times our governing documents are not consistent, I'd like to change it. So that's all.
Perfect. Are there any motions at this time? Vice Chair Marcelino?
I move to amend the title of the bill to read Senate Bill 2023-1159 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion passes. Follow
I
up.
move to add myself to the sponsors line by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion passes. Do you have any? Yeah.
Follow up.
Follow up.
I move to add Judiciary Chairperson Jonathan Chan Stevens to the sponsors line by unanimous consent.
All right. Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion passes.
Follow up.
Follow up.
I move to add a parentheses after every iteration around the one of Rule 17, 1BI.
A parentheses around
The
rule.
no the one after the rule. Do you see the one?
Oh, yeah, I
The
see.
Arabic numeral one.
Around the rule when it's referencing the rule, correct?
Yes.
By unanimous consent.
Yes, by unanimous consent.
All right, gotcha. Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion passes.
Follow up.
Follow up.
I move to add Minority Party Leader Bronson Alaman to the sponsors line by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections?
I object.
All right. Follow up.
Follow up.
Yep.
I move to add in under 1C to add in parentheses the Arabic numeral 2 after when it says during government election within the past 2 election cycles. You see the TW.
Yes. Yeah, I see what you mean. By unanimous consent.
Yeah, by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion passes.
I'll yield to Senator Demare.
Senator Mayor.
I move to add Gator Party Leader Bronson Alman to the sponsors line by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections?
I object. Point of order.
Yeah, point of order.
Didn't we already set the precedent that we were just going to do this on the Senate floor?
Unfortunately, we did, and unfortunately, that was not adhered to, so that will be ruled elsewhere.
I move to reconsider the motion to add Minority Party Leader Bronson Alman.
It's been objected to.
No,
so that's not.
he said reconsider my motion.
Yeah, reconsider.
Oh,
can just
you
remake
just withdraw your objection.
I withdraw the objection.
Yeah. I move.
It's already pending. So are there any
Yeah.
objections? Seeing none, that motion passes.
Follow
So
up.
to you, follow up.
I move to approve SSB 2023-1159 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion passes. All right, SSB 23-1159 has been passed. All right, we're going to move on to SSB 2023-1160, which is the resolution calling on the University of Florida to inform students of university policies which allow them to observe religious holidays with the fear of academic consequences. This was authored by Senator Julia Cypher and Senator Matt Reich, and was sponsored by Senator Samantha Kingard, Minority Party Leader Bronson Alaman, Senator Owen Leckabush, Senator Lori Wang, Member at Large Isabel Ponce, Senator Monish Fisher-Rockman, and Senator Aisha Caduce. Senator Paige Cleft is the last individual. May an author responsibly present. You are the only author in the room, so you may present whenever you are ready.
Am I allowed to participate in debate on this? Or?
Correct, yes, just as I have. You can
Okay,
participate in
perfect.
debate.
Awesome. Yeah, so this actually replicates a lot of the sentiments we talked about last judiciary meeting. As I said from previous experience, like we're getting off for specific religious holidays, whether it be Yom Kippur. Last year I got asked, oh, can't you just take the exam and then go to services? I was like, no, I can't eat or drink. But I feel like this is not a unique situation, and a lot of students face different hurdles in their adherence to whatever they believe religiously. And I think this resolution takes that into account and expresses the sentiment of the University of Florida Student Senate in standing with students that are not often afforded the necessary days off and with ease. And speaking from experience, it's really hard to get what you need, and without having to explain in depth personal circumstances, personal beliefs, so you don't get academically punished. And I think that this resolution takes that into account.
Are you done?
I am.
All right, awesome. We'll move on to 5 minutes of question and answer. Are there any questions? Vice Chair Marcelino.
So this is basically saying for the University of Florida to just inform students of the existing university policy that they can't be, that they can't have consequences just for observing the religious holidays.
Yeah, so a lot of students aren't really aware
Yeah.
of the rules and procedures in place for something of that caliber.
Mm-hmm.
And I advocate for myself, but I feel like a lot of students aren't able to and aren't in the know regarding specific rules. And I think this bill, or this resolution, combats that.
All right. Any members wishing to speak in question and answer? Seeing none, we'll move on to 5 minutes of debate. Any members wishing to speak in debate? Vice Chair Marcelino?
Well, I mean, what do you call this? Five criteria was, it's all good. I'll fix some formatting stuff.
Yeah,
though.
please do. I noticed that just now.
But I mean, yeah, it's all good for me. In my regard. Yeah.
No 5 criteria violations over here.
Yeah.
The only couple things, actually there's a couple things, but it's not really, it's like kind of a legal thing, it's not really. So, first of all, the last therefore let it finally be resolved clause. I understand that, maybe try to incorporate that somewhere else. I just think that it's a little, I think that you could maybe even say like in the first therefore clause, like recognizes the need for for the University of Florida to urgently inform students. I feel like it's just a little, like, I know what you're trying to do, but you could compress it. Second thing is I think it would be remiss without me giving at least some recognition to Miss Maya Idikula, who did push this a lot during RNA. And so I'll be looking to add a whereas clause there just for credit, and so that we're not in conflict with our honor code, which she did on multiple instances make this recognition. I think it's only fair that we as a Senate give credit where credit's due, especially to folks who do interact with this Senate body and don't hold a Senate position. And so that's something that I'll be looking to do, and I'll be ready to the chair.
Yeah, I know. You don't gotta tell me. Okay, are there any more members wishing to speak in debate? Seeing none, we are now in line for 2 minutes of final privilege.
Yeah, I am definitely open to amendments. Again, this is not meant to be a partisan issue. I believe that this kind of cuts to the core of our job as senators to represent those who might not be feeling like they're adequately represented at the school. And as a Jewish student, we have, I think, the largest Jewish population per number at the University of Florida, and that's something I'm very proud of, and we're very active on campus. But unfortunately, a lot of students aren't able to practice in a way that they feel comfortable with because they feel that they'll be reprimanded or punished by their professors. They might have to miss stuff. And I could give you a list of things, of examples of this, and I'm sure that students belonging to other communities feel the exact same way. And this resolution calls on the university to make sure that no student ever feels that way again and is allowed to practice their right to free practice of faith without any hindrance on the university's front. And yeah, I yield the remainder of my time.
Okay, now are there any motions regarding the bill? Chairperson Stevens.
I move to amend the numbering system at the top to read SSB 2023-1160 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections to the amendments to the title of the bill? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Follow up.
Follow up.
I move to add myself to the and Vice Chair Marcelino to the sponsors line by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections in addition to the sponsors line? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Follow up. I moved. Yes, I moved to add Senator Saka Tamara and. Are you looking to be sponsored?
I'm already sponsored.
You're already sponsored. Perfect. Senator Saka Tamara to the sponsors line by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections in addition to the sponsors line? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Follow up.
Follow up.
I moved to unenbold the authors, like the actual authors themselves, under the authors line by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections to the formatting?
Point of personal privilege.
Senator
I did notice that it says Matthew, and I would recommend that Matt, and I would implore whoever is currently making motions to change Matt to Matthew, if they would be willing to do so.
I was gonna just do that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Chairperson Stevens, who recognized again?
I'm recognized again for motions.
Yes.
Was that motion passed?
Are there any objections to the formatting changes to the bill? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Follow up.
Follow up.
I move to change Matt to Matthew in the authors line by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections from changing Matt to Matthew in the authors line by unanimous consent? Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes.
I have another motion.
Chairperson
This is going to be a little bit of a hefty one, so I will go very slow. Don't give me that look. I move to add a actual first whereas clause that will read as follows. Whereas this resolution was inspired in part by the advocacy of individuals, including but not limited to. Are you good? Miss Maya Idikula. By unanimous consent, comma, and semicolon, and comma, by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections to the addition of the whereas clauses in the body of the bill? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Follow up.
Follow up.
I move to add a space in between the sponsor's line and the first whereas clause by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections to the formatting of the bill amendment? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Follow up.
Follow up.
I move to add a source. This numbering. We'll write that in another amendment. I move to strike the fourth therefore let it be resolved clause, and instead insert in the first let it be reserved, therefore let it be resolved clause to read as follows. Therefore, let it be resolved that the University of Florida Student Senate recognizes the need for the University of Florida to urgently inform students of university policies which allow them to observe religious holidays without fear of academic consequences. By unanimous consent.
Are there any objections to the amendment made to the therefore clauses? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Follow up.
Follow up.
I'm going to approve this bill by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections to the approving of this bill? Seeing none, the motion passes. The bill.
Sorry.
It's. Ooh.
I've not put down the gavel.
I object. I just need to make some punctuation adjustments.
I know. I saw that. Was good.
Okay. Well, then which one are you gonna?
I shall give the chair back.
Those were one through.
Yeah. If I may be recognized, Chairperson Stevens. Chairperson Stevens.
Yes. Senator Reich.
All right, I'm gonna give it to you after I'm done because you're definitely gonna pick up on stuff that I missed. I move to amend all instances of. Wait, never mind. You could do it. I don't know how to word this.
Chairperson Stevens.
Yes, Vice Chair Marcelino.
I move to amend the title of the bill to have it be capitalized.
My bad.
By unanimous consent.
I automatically did it. Yeah. Are there any objections? See that motion passes. Follow up.
I move to strike the period at the end of the title by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? See none, that motion passes.
Follow up. I move to amend the last whereas clause at the end of it to strike the period and add a semicolon and comma by unanimous consent.
The last therefore let it be resolved?
Last whereas clause.
Last whereas. Okay, thank you. So semicolon and comma.
Oh no, I mean then.
Then comma. Okay, perfect. By unanimous consent?
Yes.
Are there any objections? See none, that motion passes. Follow up.
I move that at the end of every therefore clause that there should be a period instead of a comma by unanimous consent.
Motion to.
I move to strike every instance of a comma at the end of a therefore clause and to add a period at the end of the therefore clauses by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? See none, that motion passes.
Follow up.
Follow up.
I move to approve SSB 2023-1160 by unanimous consent.
There's just checking, make sure. Yep. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure I get this checked right. Are there any objections?
Oh wait. I rescind my motion.
Go ahead.
I move to amend the last therefore clause to have it read, therefore let it finally be resolved by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion passes. Follow up.
I move to approve SSB 2023-1160 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion passes. SSB 2023-1160 has been approved.
I have a motion.
What's your motion?
I move to a recess session to call the chair.
by unanimous
By
consent.
unanimous consent, I apologize.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. I'll call us back to order once everyone is back in the meeting room.
I love formatting.
Yeah.
Oh, so true.
That's
Then
not
RA's gotta call recess because they ain't got nothing to do. I call this meeting to order at 3:03 p.m. Please note that this meeting may be filmed and or audio recorded. These meeting minutes, addenda, or other documentation may be made available to the public. We're now on to SSB 2023-1161, the resolution calling on University Administration to donate unused flex bucks to the Field Report Pantry. Written by Senator Julia Seifert and Senator Matthew Reich. And it was sponsored by Senator Samantha Kingard, Minority Party Leader Bronson Alamont, Senator Owen Leckabush, Senator Lori Wang, Member at Large Isabel Pons, Senator Manish Vijayaraghavan. And all responsibly present. You'll have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Yeah, this issue around food insecurity has been brought up several times and has been spearheaded by our chairperson, which is something that I admire a lot. It's definitely an issue that affects a lot of students on our campus. And after personally reviewing the specifics, I felt like this would be a really good idea for the students, or for the university to pursue. And it's so easy because I know so many people who just go on the last day of the term and they just spend hundreds of dollars in flex bucks on stuff they'll never use, like a skateboard, when that could be going to students who actually need it. Trust me, you can laugh, but I've seen it. They use
I imagine it.
Yeah, and I think it's just a waste, and I know that there's thousands upon thousands of dollars that go unused each semester or are wasted, and I think that this resolution calls for something that is possible and the university should look into.
Period. Is that all?
That's all.
Any questions and answers? Any debate? I mean, 5 criteria review aside, this is, everything that, I advocate for. This was actually, funny enough, one of the biggest things that when I applied, about, 2021, in September, October, when I applied for that open sophomore seat. This was something that I ran on. I'm really passionate about this. I think that this has been talked about for years, but, a little too long, and I feel like we as an as a student senate, have to put some more pressure on admin to try to get this to be implemented. There should be no reason why unused flex bucks just go into this random ether. So obviously, no 5 criteria violations over here, even when I'm being very biased. I'm really trying my best to be scrutinizing, but it was well researched, well sourced. I do hope that it hits the Senate floor. Any other members wishing to speak in debate? So now we'll move on to 2 minutes of final privilege.
Yeah, I think the chairperson put it perfectly. This issue is one that's been talked about for far too long and little action has been taken. And the best we could do as a student senate is to keep putting pressure on the people who need to be informed on this issue. And I think that a resolution of this caliber is something that helps is a step in the right direction. And obviously it's not a fix-all because, again, it's just a sentiment, but I think it's a sentiment that we need to constantly be pushing for as a body, regardless of political affiliation, regardless of personal beliefs. The fact that we have this issue on our campus is one that cannot be overlooked. And I think that any step is a step in the right direction. And yeah, I yield my time.
Perfect. We'll be looking for motions. Vice Chair Marcelino.
I move to amend the title of the bill to read Student Senate Bill 2023-1161 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. Follow up.
I move to debold the actual names after this author's line by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. Follow up.
I move to add myself and Judiciary Chairperson Jonathan Chan Stevens to the sponsors line by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. Follow up.
I move to add Senator Salkit Demera to the sponsors line by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. Follow up.
In the 4th whereas clause, at the end of the 4th whereas clause, to add and, comma, by unanimous consent.
4th whereas clause and comma by unanimous consent.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I'm repeating that. Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. Follow up.
In the 5th and 6th whereas clause, strike the period at the end and add semicolon and comma by unanimous consent.
All right, I'm just looking for this.
Oh, actually, not for the sixth one. Never mind. I rescind my motion and make the same motion for just the fifth whereas clause.
Okay, perfect. Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion passes. Follow up.
I move to amend the sixth whereas clause at the end of it to state, to strike the period and add semicolon, then comma by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion passes. Follow up.
And the first, therefore, let it be resolved clause, strike the period, the comma at the end, and add a period by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Follow
up
I move
question.
to-
With Matthew. I don't know if that was the case.
Oh yes. Follow up. I move to strike Matt and add Matthew to the author's line by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion passes.
Follow up. I move to approve SSB 2023-1161 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion passes. Congratulations. SSB 2023-1161 has passed. Very, very happy to hear that. Let's go move on to SSB. Sorry, I'm just trying to get this whole computer situation set up. I apologize for the delay.
What technical difficulty are you having over there?
Just dealing with like getting the bill, like the files that we just reviewed and tabled are acting funny, so I have to like, it's because of the zip file. But I fixed it. SSB 2023-1162. This is the resolution requesting student legal services to assist students with immigration services. This is authored by Senator Eric O, Senator Manish Vijayaraghavan. And this was sponsored by Rules and Ethics Chairwoman Liliana Clark, Senator Samantha Kingert, Senator Claudia Garcia, Senator Aisha Kadu, Senator Owen Lethabush, Member at Large Isabel Pons, Senator Elsa Brantmeyer, and Senator Julia Cipher. Seeing as no members are present from the author response line, they have waived their presentation and question and answer period. Let's move on to debate. I'll go ahead and start this really briefly. I agree with this. I mean, I think that this was when we came to the campaign trail, I know that the Gator Caucus did push this. I think that this is not a very bad idea. This is something that I think is substantially important for students. I have a lot of friends who are international, and I think the immigration system that we have in the U.S., not only just from those experiences, but even just me working for a government policy group and doing immigration work, it's really bad. We don't do a good job at helping those kind of individuals, especially students, and the complexities of being a student in another nation and how the visa system works. It's very complex. I think that this is something that needs to be implemented. However, the one thing I do think we need to delineate more clearly is the immigration services that would be provided. I think it kind of touches the issues, like the expenses, the things like that, but I'm going to need more comprehensive, what is the service that it is? Is it visa, are they litigating for the student? How's the implication of that litigation on that? Or are they giving them advice on a specific thing? Are they helping them, are they notarizing specific documents? Which technically the UF does provide notary services through the legal SLS. I hope that's correct, being you're an ambassador. And so I want to make sure that it's more clear. I think it's going to be addressed in an amendment on the floor. I really do hope that the authors do submit an amendment to this, because I think more clarity can allow for SLS to really, again, accomplish this service and complete a platform point that I think we all can agree with. Yes, Vice Chair Marcelino.
Yeah, so just on all the five criteria, I think the chairperson worded it very well. There are no things, but again, I like to see a bit more specificity, which could come on the Senate floor, and there's nothing that really gives us the prerogative to fail it, and which I don't want her to fail. Being as I still need to get my citizenship notarized, but yes, go with that. I still have a hold, but anyways,
that will be stricken from the record. Thank you.
But I'd like to see some more delineation on like the actual services that are being given now and the actual resolution, so that when this information disseminates, it's in there, and what services that we want, what additional services we want to see with SLS. So yeah, that's about it for me.
Any motions at this time? Senator Mara.
I move to approve this bill being I rescind that motion.
Yep.
I move to amend the title to Student Senate Bill 2023-1162 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing that motion passes. Follow up.
I move to approve this bill by unanimous consent.
No, I was going to look to be I just want to
Yeah.
you still going to hold that out.
I rescind that motion and I yield.
Cool. Vice Chair Marcelino.
I move to add. Okay, I move to add myself, Judiciary Chairperson Jonathan Chan Stevens, Senator Lori Wang, do you want to be Senator Matthew Reich, and Senator Saket, the mayor, to the sponsors line by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. Follow up.
I move to debold the actual names of the authors by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. Follow up.
I move to approve SSB 2023-1162 by unanimous consent.
All right. Are there any objections? Seeing the motion passes. All right, that bill has passed. And we all were sponsors, correct?
Yes.
Just want to make sure that I got that in case someone said no. Cool. There's a space already there? Perfect.
Yeah. I love that.
SSB 20. Me too. Don't I? SSB 23-1163. This is the resolution condemning the recent decision to ban AP Psychology in Florida schools. This was authored by Gator Party leader Bronson Alaman and sponsored by Senator Monish Fishi-Jaragovan, Senator Claudia Garcia, Senator Samantha Kingard, Senator Oakham Beckabush, Member-at-Large Isabel Ponce, Senator Paige Klepp, and Senator Elsa Brandmeier. Again, seeing as there are no members within either of these groups who sent me any notification about a presentation, I'll be yielding that. I'll go into debate. I want to make sure that we're not like going crazy with time. Any members wishing to speak in debate? Vice Chair Marcelino.
5 criteria was, I think there's nothing really wrong. We have set a precedent as a student government, as a Senate, that we aim to promote academic freedom and to use our places as senators to advocate for certain issues like this that face us and the state and a lot of people that may be coming in, and just the general state of the state. And so, yeah, I wish that the author was here so that he could have answered some questions regarding like some implication on this, because of the fact that there was a recent statement put out by the Florida Department of Education where they will still continue to teach AP Psychology. So I don't know about the implications of whether or not they are actually banning it, or if they're now backing down from that decision. But,
Senator Mayor.
Yeah, so I actually do agree with some of the statements made by Senator Marcelino. Granted, I think there's developing information about the status of AP Psychology and the Department of Education in Florida that can't fully be explained within a resolution, but from the point in which like this bill was written, I believe, I think that like we can wait on some more information to address those implication issues.
Yeah, I mean, like, trust me, if you're putting out a resolution talking about like this, like, you know that I'm gonna put myself as a sponsors line. I mean, on the sponsors line for stuff like this. This is, I mean, ridiculous. I took AP Psychology. It was actually probably one of my I know this is biased, but it's probably one of my favorite AP classes. It's really interesting. It talks a lot about not just these psychological things that are just really quirky and unique, but it talks about things that, like, even when I go and deal with, like, my mental health, or I think about how I interact with folks or how certain phenomenon occur within my life, how I can just, like, actualize that with, like, actual facts and understand, like, oh, this is why this happens, or oh, this is why I have this experience. So I think that, you know, and clearly we've seen, and I think that this was delineated in the resolution, but this was very much a critical issue with the sexual orientation and gender identity issues that the state has consistently attacked for years. And I think that right now, like, the biggest thing that I'm looking for is just probably for us to defer this for now and probably table it. And the only reason why I say that is because this information here is very much developing. Like, personally, I don't even know what's going on when it comes to what AP psychology standing is right now, because trust me, I will listen to the College Board statements and eat that. But when when the Florida, like, I think it was the commissioner, education commissioner, is saying you can teach AP psychology, that's very confusing. And I don't want us to haphazardly put out a bill. As much as I support this and I really do respect the initiative, I don't want us to put up a bill that's going to essentially be like, we hate the ban on AP psychology, but in reality there wasn't a ban, and there was a lot of just backroom stuff that got confused and a lot of stuff that may have been occurred. Again, not giving any malintent to College Board, because like I've stated on the record, I disagree with if this was the case, but I don't have any concrete information at this time to say that that's the case, because the state and what College Board are saying are two completely different things. Senator Reich.
Yeah, I actually agree with it. I just would have a different approach. I would say my recommendation would be to approve it, and then if it does prove that the information is not correct or up to date, it be dealt with on the floor, because this is the last Senate meeting, and this is a developing issue, and it's something that a great majority, or I don't want to say majority, a great many students in our student body care about. And I personally have taken AP psychology, and I personally love that class, and I think that our best bet, from my personal belief, would be to push it through and allow it to be dealt with on the floor should new information arise, because again, this is a very recent phenomenon.
But and again, like I stated, like, I don't think that is a huge issue, but I just want us to be very aware moving forward when it comes to these kind of things. This is an implication issue. This cuts at the heart of what implication is.
Yeah.
If we were to put something haphazardly out and it's actually not true, it reduces our credibility as a student government, and I just want us moving forward to consider these types of, like, current event type resolutions, because expediency is great and I respect it and I love it, but we have to be, as a committee, very crucial about what we have as information right now. And so I'm fine with that. It's just, again, please be considerate of that moving forward. And that's time for debate. We'll move on to 2 minutes of final privilege, which have been waived. So are there any motions? Vice Chair Marcelino.
I move to amend the title of the bill to read Superintendent Bill 2023-1163 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. Follow up.
I move to add myself, Judiciary Chairperson Jonathan Chan Stevens. Anybody? Y'all want to be sponsors? Senator Lori Wang, Senator Matthew Reich, and Senator Taka Demira to the sponsors line by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Follow up. I'll let you do your.
No, go ahead.
I move to debold all names after the author and sponsors.
Yeah.
Words by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. Follow up.
I move to approve SSB 2023-1163 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. SSB 23-1163 has been approved. Congratulations to the author. So add that to the approved bills real quick. All right, we're going to now move on to SSB 2023-1164, which is the resolution requesting increased accessibility of football tickets for students. This was written by Senator Gator Party leader, Bronson Alaman, and Senator Nathan Patrick, and it was sponsored by Senator Moniz Vizcarra, Senator Claudia Garcia, Senator Samantha Kingert, Senator Owen Leatherbush, Senator Elsa Brantmeyer, Senator Julia Cipher, Member at Large Isabel Ponce, and Senator Eric O. So, because there is no one here present, the time for presentation and question and answer has been waived, so now we'll move on to debate. Any members wishing to speak in debate? Vice Chair Marcelino.
Yeah, I mean, constitutionality, format, and clarity-wise, it's all good for me. Legality-wise, I'm not entirely sure about it because this is the purview of the actual university. I don't know whether or not there are bigger things at play in regard to their capital ventures in regard to these things. And so,
I don't know if that's really a legal issue. I wouldn't really categorize this as a legal issue.
Okay.
Because we can't advocate for things that may not necessarily be legally clear. So I don't know if I can really deem that as legality.
Okay, then I disagree, but I'll rescind. But okay then no legal issues from me. Implication wise, nothing. I mean, nothing really other than like how I've emphasized before. Just evidence, exaggeration, specificity, clarity, and like actual like goal-oriented things in regards to like what we mean by accessibility and like to make things more affordable in regard to like, oh, this is this price, we are looking to have it lowered down by at least like this, or like this is the average income of a student, or like this is like the average like living income of a student, and like can we like make it a bit more malleable to that. And so I like to see some sort of amendments to that on the Senate floor, but otherwise there's nothing that really makes us have the prerogative to fail this. So yeah.
Major issue that I have when it comes to implication is the allocation of specific percentage of football tickets for each game. I don't know if anyone has any information on that in committee, if they want to share that, but I mean, there is a whole student section that's allocated for students, and I mean, that would be automatically allocated for students to be able to fulfill. I mean, they have a cap strategically that if after season tickets are purchased, then that cap has been reached, that threshold has been met, and therefore there's no more season tickets that be capped. So I'm just confused that what that's specifically saying. If anyone has information on that, that'd be awesome. But this, I mean, that's just a very not clear statement to me. Also, what student orgs and leaders would we be talking to? Like, I think that hasn't been delineated this clearly. I don't even think that's in the proviso. And that's just, again, a little concerning. Like, maybe, I mean, I really don't know what student org you could really, I don't know if there's a football club. Like, I don't know, like, what if there's any organizations that just specialize on like maybe a fantasy football club or something like that. But I'm just I'm just confused as to what this is trying to do. Besides, like with the other two whereas clauses, I think the accessibility of football tickets and things like that is a policy point that I won't comment in committee. But I don't know what you mean. So. Any members wishing to speak in debate? I'll yield my time, my chair to Vice Chair Marcelino.
We're not in line for 2 minutes of final privilege, but there are no people here for final privilege, so that's waived. Are there any motions at this time? I'm sorry. Second. Senator DeMera.
I move to amend the title of the bill to Student Senate Bill 2023-1164 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections to amending the title of the bill? Seeing none, the motion passes. Follow up.
I move to approve the bill by unanimous consent.
I object. Motion.
I'll follow. I would make that motion.
Are you?
It's up to you.
Well, I would like to see what. I would like to see what the motion is. Can you rescind?
I'm gonna remake that motion just by roll call vote.
That's up to you if you want to recognize them or if you want to recognize me. I'm not gonna sit there and I'm not gonna.
I know. May the clerk call the roll.
Cool.
Are you gonna judge me right now? I think that's something that I probably should. All right, Senator Romero.
Yes.
Chairperson Seals.
You didn't have to do all that. You could have called my name beforehand. It's going to be an abstain.
Okay. Senator Reinish.
Yes.
Senator Wayne.
Yes.
And Vice Chair Marcelino.
I abstain.
Okay, cool. So a vote of 3-0 to 2 abstentions. That motion passes.
All right, and a vote of 3-0 to 2, that motion passes. SSB 2023-1164 has been approved. I'm going to add that to the approved bills real quick. So, SSB 2023-1165, which is the resolution requesting the creation of an LGBTQ plus institute. This was written by Minority Party Leader Bronson Alamont, Senator Julia Seifert, and sponsored by Senator Lori Wang, Senator Owen Leckabush, and Senator Monish Vijayaraghavan. Senator Lori Wang, you are a sponsor, so would you like to present?
Sure.
All right, you will have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
So essentially what this resolution is doing is just saying that there needs to be a space dedicated to the LGBTQ plus community for them to aggregate and essentially just have a community and feel safe on campus. I think it's relatively straightforward, and yeah, I waive the rest of my time.
All right, awesome. We'll move on to 5 minutes of question and answer. Are there any members wishing to speak in question and answer? I have a couple questions. So, I know that you're a sponsor on this, so I'm not going to put too much pressure on you to answer this question. But did you at all, did you hear from the office about them consulting the CIME about their fiscal situation right now, or the viability of this project? I know this was a question that was asked last time when they came to the APID.
Yeah.
A pizza.
A pizza.
A pizza. Thank you. The Pizza Institute.
I'm not aware of that.
You're not aware of that?
No.
Okay. I have a follow-up as well. So with this, I kind of just want for the record, just to be clear, what are some safety things or what are some aspects about these spaces that are super important for students on campus?
That's a good question. Could you, rephrase that question again?
Yeah, so what are some aspects about these institutes that allow for safety for students within the, who are affiliated within here, or... Go ahead. Yes.
Information. Would that be able? Can she defer the question to me? I just have some experience with it.
You aren't a sponsor, so if you want to point a personal, you can do that in debate, I would say, and so I you can share that in debate if need be. But I would let Senator Wang speak, and then we can have that dialogue later. But yeah, it's just anything when it regards to safety or just allowing for students to feel explain to me why this is important.
I think that having a space on campus dedicated to a community kind of just reaffirms that they're being heard and they're being, they're seen essentially. And I also think that in the sense of safety, I think being in a place where others in your community identify can, foster a lot of collaboration and community and just that in general, if that makes sense. Hopefully that answers a little bit, but.
Okay, no, absolutely. Thank you. Any other questions? We'll now move on to 5 minutes of debate. Senator DeMera.
So just to briefly touch on the question asked to Senator Wang, there's a few things, and this is again something that I'm very passionate about in terms of the creation of a pizza institute on campus. Is that number one, like Senator Wang said, there's a general sense of community, and I don't want to speak to the plights of the LGBTQ community because that's not a community that I'm part of, but the University of Florida hasn't been the most friendly to the community in the past. And again, the affirmation of LGBTQ Institute is something that could help, at least to a degree, make those issues heard. On top of that, it's a center for programming for a lot of issues related to the community. For the pizza community, for example, a lot of programming is done within the pizza office, including collaborations with organizations that generally involve the APIDA community or the APID community. So, for example, the office will have collaboration events with the Indian Student Association from time to time, and I see that as a general idea for the establishment of institutes, and that those events offer tangible benefits to students who get to interact with other members of their community, and I just think that's something that the institute can establish as well. But there's a lot of different, a couple of reasons that I'm not mentioning right now, but there's quite a few.
Yeah, Vice Chair Marcelino.
Just going off the 5 criteria, everything's good. Over there are the concerns about the implication. While obviously I am LGBTQ plus and Asian. There I do have been advocating with that with Patricia, Patricia Jordan, the director of the CIME, and in regard to that, there's just a lot of moving things happening right now in regard to a lot of what they're trying to do with the programs right now and for their continued prosperity, I'll put it like that. And so I don't want to put any undue pressure on them. However, this is obviously just like sharing with them our sentiments, and I just want to just be able to share that there are some concerns about how we're going to maintain our present institutes in the future. At least there's some uncertainty in regard to that, and so I just want to keep that in mind as we're doing this, and that to keep an open mind and just like understand some implications about going forward with this. But I'm all for it though.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with this. I mean, I think that, I'm, blessed to be the Pride Student Union president and, understand a lot of these queer topics. I think that, one thing I have appreciated about the Black student, the Black Institute, and even the Hispanic Latinx Institute, is that they really do focus a lot on the history. And they focus a lot on the history of struggle and triumph within these communities. We talk about Black Thursday, which occurred, I think, wasn't it 2 weeks or last week, if I'm correct? And we had the anniversary.
It was in April.
It was in April? Sorry, it was in April, excuse me. There was some event that was talking about Black Thursday a couple weeks ago, but I digress. But we talk about those types of events and we talk about those spaces. We talk about, the LGBTQ plus Institute has, that could be created, has a prime opportunity to talk about the Johns Committee. And how the Johns Committee affected so many queer folks and terrorized a lot of queer folks on campus, or even with a lot of the other issues that have affected, other communities. Those different institutes can allow for them to shine light on, for instance, it's a pizza, correct?
Yeah,
I want to make sure I say it correct. For instance, a lot of the Asian hate crimes that have occurred, and especially the rise in Asian hate crimes that occurred these past couple of years. I think that this is a great opportunity for us to showcase that. And I mean, 5 criteria wise, it doesn't violate anything. Only thing I have to say is one, I think we should add Patricia Jordan to this because she is the director of the CIME and she's going to be the person who's logistically the authority over this. Otherwise, I don't see any issues. It's great. Vice Chair Marcelino.
I move to amend the title.
Oh, we have not finished debate.
Oh, sorry. I thought you paused. You didn't say anything.
No, I was just waiting for anyone else to speak. Seeing none, we'll now move into debate. Motions, Vice Chair Marcelino.
I move to amend the title of the bill to rescind Senate Bill 2023-1165 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion passes. Follow up.
I move to add myself and Judiciary Chairperson Jonathan Chan Stevens to the sponsor signed by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion passes.
Follow up. In the first whereas clause, I move to strike the period, for example, comma, and just add such as by unanimous consent.
Such as, so it said just
Yeah, because you can't have a period inside of a whereas.
Yes, such as. Perfect. And so you're just removing that
Yeah.
whole thing? Perfect. By unanimous consent, are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion passes.
Follow
up.
I move to debold all the names after the authors and sponsors by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion passes.
Follow up. I move to amend the last whereas clause to strike the period at the end and then add semicolon, then comma by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion passes. Follow up.
I move to add I move to amend the proviso to add after Pride Student Union President Jonathan Stevens, to add Director of the Center for Inclusion and Multicultural Engagement, Patricia Jordan by unanimous consent. Do you get that? Did you get that?
Of the Center for Inclusion.
You just been saying.
Yep. Okay. Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion passes.
Follow up.
Follow up.
I move to add an Oxford comma after Patricia Jordan by unanimous consent.
Perfect. Are there any objections? It's doctor, correct?
Patricia Jordan?
Yes.
I don't think she's a doctor.
She's a doctor?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure
Uh,
she's a specialty.
I don't think that that's a myth.
Yeah, I usually just put director.
Okay, perfect. Awesome. Vice Chair Marcelino?
I move to approve SSB 2023-1165 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. SSB 2023-1165 has been approved. I'm going to go ahead and save this real quick. Thank you all again for being patient through all this. Let's go move on to SSB 2023-1166, which is the Senate Parliamentary Modernization Act, a 000 code revision. This was authored by Gator Party Leader Bronson Alaman and Change Party Leader Simone Liang. I don't know if Simone's even here.
Simone was here.
Simone was here, so we're gonna waive for that. If she does re-enter, I'll just let her have presentation time and we'll figure out a way to remedy that, but I don't think that she's coming in anytime soon. See that that's not the case, let's just move straight into debate. All those members wishing to speak in debate? This is a good idea. I think that I'm happy that we had a parliamentarian now who's giving some more rulings on these matters. It helps us to prevent litigation and also allows for us to look at some of the aspects of our rules and procedures so that we can start to mold and find out where our shortcomings are and make better decisions. So I'm happy for this little modernization act. Go ahead.
And yeah, with section 3 of the rule change, expanding the actual motion to point of person privilege, like a rise to a question of privilege, and just a point of information, being able to hear more of the actual governing documents that are just not specific to our student body, but rather to the state and to the nation, is important since we are governed by those things too. So being able to have access to those documents is important on the Senate floor.
Period.
So, 5 criteria wise, nothing really.
Only issue I have, I think that I understand that there's a concern when it comes to our split as a government right now, and maybe the change that we're now a split government instead of it being a majority-minority system. I contacted the majority party leader, Simone Liang, and I didn't get any sort of she told me that she wasn't contacted by Senator Almond when it came to this name change to at all, or was consented to it. I think that's just a major thing when it comes to just us setting a better standard of communication. I think that while we can, make our changes to our titles and our names, I know that Vice Chair Marcelino has made changes. I have in the past, the Senate President has. I think that we have to be very discriminate at making sure that if we're changing other people's names, we communicate with them. It is just kind of a title that, we own, and if we're going to share our title, then that's something that I think is crucial. Otherwise, I don't really see any other 5 criteria violations over here. Any other members wishing to speak in debate? Seeing none, we'll move into motions. Anyone wishing to give a motion? Vice Chair Marcelino.
I move to amend the title of the bill to read Student Senate Bill 2023-1166 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Oh, wow. You enter. We're on the Senate Parliamentary Modernization Act. Did you want to give final privilege, presentation? There was no 5 criteria violations that were mentioned. It is up to you.
No, I'm good.
Perfect. Are there any objections to the motion to change the numbering system? Seeing none, the motion passes. Follow up.
I move to add myself as a sponsor by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Follow up.
Follow up.
I move to debold the names of the authors and sponsors by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Follow up.
Follow up.
I move in section 4 to strike the additional I under the B in that subsection by unanimous consent.
Section 4, subsection 4.
Section 4, subsection A is subsection fucking B.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
I see what you mean. Subsection V. Okay, yes, 5. So they shall give presentation on parliamentary law at orientation sessions upon request of the information communications chair.
No. This one. By.
I don't see that on my copy.
Really?
Well, that's not provided in my copy.
Okay, then I rescind.
You're fine.
Point of information.
Yes.
If you can direct this to the majority party leader, if she would like her title to be amended.
Would you like your title to be amended?
Sure.
Okay, are there any motions at this time?
Chair President Zeman.
Yeah, Vice Chair Marcelino.
I move to amend the title of Change Party Leader Simone Liang to Majority Party Leader Simone Liang by unanimous consent.
Any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Follow up.
Follow up?
Just to for consistency's sake with the previous bills, I move to amend Gator Party Leader Bronson Alaman's title to Minority Party Leader Bronson Alaman.
So,
Do you know?
because they're not here, I don't want us to make the determination.
Okay.
Again, we've been very clear about, like, the reason why is because you asked that inquiry to the person in the room and they gave their perspective on that matter. However, since we've already there's been a lot of bills that have Gator Party Leader Bronson Alaman. There's Majority Party Leader. There's Majority Party Lead that we had to correct. So let the Minority Party Lead, excuse me. So let's just
Okay, I rescind my
let's
motion.
do that on the Senate floor.
Yeah, I rescind my motion.
Awesome, go ahead.
I move to approve SSB 2023-1166 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. SSB 2023-1163 has been passed. All right, we're going to now move on. I'm going to add this to the past bills. Whoosh. SSB 2023-1167, which is the resolution for the urgent need to establish the Creative Arts Needs and Values Accessibility Services Canvas Project. This was authored by Senator Seth Woodbury, and it was sponsored by Majority Party Leader Simone Liang, Senator Zoe Richter, Senator Raj Mia, Senator Asif Islam, Senator Angelo Gangano, Senator Anthony Hockman, Senator Julia Cipher, Budget Chair Nan Blake Cox, and Senator Shalisa Budai. I'm going to go call, because I was requested to do a call. Let me see if I can get...
Looks like we're gonna have to make a trip down to our favorite.
I know.
We may. They don't have to go on recess anyway. Hi, Sess. This is Jonathan. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing good. We're on your bill, SSB 2023-1167. Are you ready to present?
Yes.
All right. You will have 5 minutes whenever you are ready.
Okay. So this bill is a resolution, basically saying that there's a need for a arts pantry. I made a similar bill before for an authorization, but I think that a resolution just might be a little easier in this context. I basically, within like the whereas clauses, I explain how a lot of art students have to pay out of pocket for their supplies for school, depending on the project. Some of those costs can lead up to a couple $100s every semester, some being upwards in the thousands, depending on what kind of work they do. And that comes completely out of pocket, doesn't come from their tuition money, doesn't come from their like bright features, if they have bright features, just anything that has to be, it's completely separate from the school. I also talk about how there's been a rise in arts fields within the Gainesville community, talking about like the How Bazaar, art walks, especially fed a bunch of like local organizations that foster artistic pursuits, and that students, even whether they're in the College of the Arts or not, definitely want to participate. But with the cost of living totally going up in the state of Florida due to inflation and other issues, students aren't able to participate in these kinds of events or express themselves artistically because of these prices. A Canvas project would basically be a free arts pantry for students to be able to utilize, like whether they're in the College of the Arts or not, just so they're able to express, students are able to express themselves artistically, work on these projects without worrying about the cost of them. Also, there's been, studies proving that doing art and making art is good for mental health, so that is also an initiative with this as well. Basically, in the therefore clauses, I explain how the executive branch will use some of their money, whatever is allocated with them in their budget, whether it be the SG project line or anything else, to create this project. There is other campuses that also have very similar projects, but I think that's going to be a little more wide scale for this one. A minimum of at least $5,000 to start with the beginning cost of the project, just to get a baseline of for a pilot program, just to see if students actually utilize it, and then using open discussions and forums with the College of the Arts students specifically on what kind of supplies they might need the most. But again, this project would be open to any student at UF to utilize the supplies within the project. And that's pretty much the bill. It just basically is asking for the executive branch to utilize some of their funds to help create this project just because of the need for it in our current climate.
Perfect.
And that's my presentation.
All right, thank you very much, Senator Woodbury. We're going to now move on to 5 minutes of question and answer. Are there any questions?
Yeah.
There's one question from Senator Mera.
So specifically for the $5,000 number, can you explain a bit of why specifically 5,000 was the amount you reached?
Yeah. So when I first originally drafted this bill, I kind of was estimating how much like a basis of supplies would be. 5,000 is a very short number in the long run, actually. I talked to a bunch of the professors within the College of the Arts. They sent me a statement of money of how much of the supplies that they bought, and how frequently they buy them. They're spending upwards of, that students buy off of the College of the Arts, they're spending upwards of $700 every few weeks. I know that not every single student is going to utilize this project, within the College of the Arts. But if we just give a baseline of $5,000, I'm guessing about $2,500 per semester, just as a pilot kind of thing, just to that's a realistic number of something for a very small amount of art supplies for that long a period of time. The 5,000 is purely just for a pilot kind of situation. Preferably it would be more, but that's just probably the lowest amount that you could estimate where that would be somewhat useful for students for this first year of the project, just because of the growing increase of art supplies prices.
Vice Chair Marcelino, and then what about you?
So I just kind of wonder why this is formatted as a resolution rather than the authorization.
So I was advised from Budget Chairman Cox that the authorization might not be the best way to go about this. I also talked a little bit with Student Body President Olivia Green, and she told me that she was actively thinking about working on a project like this. Budget Chairman Cox advised me to write this resolution instead, just so I don't want to step on anyone's toes. I know that it might cause some divide with an authorization. If this project isn't followed through, I might rewrite an authorization. But I just want to see the whole chamber's thoughts on just the resolution itself and just the need for it as well.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Mayor.
So would it help you? And again, you can absolutely say no to this. Would it help you for us to amend a minimum of 5,000 to the appropriate funds, just in case it is more? If not,
honestly would be great. I know that in the bill I said a minimum of 5,000, but if we want to do something different, if other wording would be better, that might be. If you feel as if that's a better way of wording this, I definitely agree with that. I'm not opposed to that either. But I know that I don't want to make it a vague statement of that, because if it goes any lower than 5,000, it might not be as accessible or as thorough as a minimum at least.
All right, thank you. Are there any members wishing to speak in question and answer? All right, seeing none, I'm going to relinquish my duties as the chair, so we can make motions afterwards. And I'll let you engage with that part.
Senator Woodbury, you have time.
Oh, no, it's debate now.
It's debate now?
Yeah, we're in debate.
Did they not
We just did question and answer. We're now in debate.
Oh yeah, we are in debate. Never mind. So you're so right. I'm so sorry. We're now in line for 5 minutes of the debate. Are there any members who wish to speak in debates? Chairperson Stevens.
So, Sess, when I got the bill like the last time, I had no issues with it as an authorization. I think the committee affirmed it by unanimous consent that there was no 5 criteria violations with it. With the resolution, there's just a couple things that trust me, I'll help you out when it comes to these like amendments to it. But some of the therefore let it be resolved clauses are just not very clearly delineated as a resolution. So for every therefore let it be resolved clause, it must say the student senate, therefore let it be resolved that the student body, the student senate blank blank. And it's recommends, advocates. And so for instance, I'll give you an example, therefore let it be resolved where you say therefore let it be resolved that student body president Olivia Green, student body vice president Clark Calavia, da-da-da-da. That's more like an action, and we're very much on a sentiment-focused lens. And so what you could reword it as is therefore let it be resolved that the student senate advocates for student body president Olivia Green, student body vice president Clark Calavia, da-da-da-da. So it's more of a advocacy sentiment standpoint instead of it being strategically kind of seeming as an order, which is more in line with an authorization. Does that make sense? Well, I can't really yield time to you, but you can let me know if that works for you or not in final privilege. And so with that in mind, that's pretty much my only thing. And then you also have in the proviso, it says a copy of this authorization. It would just be a copy of this resolution. So that's the only thing I would amend. But that's it for me for debate.
Are there any more members wishing to speak in debate? Seeing none, we're now in line for 2 minutes of final privilege. Senator Wood-Barron.
Yeah, thank you so much for taking the time to look this over. I will amend anything. I don't hold anything super near and dear other than the fact that this resolution will be passed. So anything that could help that and for it to be as amicable as possible, I am totally open to any amendments to the resolution. So yes, Johnny, what you were saying before, I think that's a great idea. I didn't catch that last, the proviso. I definitely would like to amend that to resolution instead of authorization, because I used the authorization as a baseline, and I just might have missed that when I was rewriting it. But thank you again for looking this over. If there are any other questions, please reach out to me personally. And yeah, I'm open to any amendments. So whatever needs to be amended, I'm totally okay with.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator Wood-Barron. We're now in line for motions on the bill. Are there any motions on the bills? Chairperson Stevens.
I move to amend the numbering system to read SSB 2023-1167 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections to amending the title to read Student Senate Bill 2023-1167 by unanimous consent? Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Follow up. I move to amend the first therefore let it be resolved clause to read as follows. Therefore let it be resolved that the student senate advocates for student body president Olivia Green, student body vice president Clara Calavia, and student body treasurer Nyla Pierre establish the creative arts needs and values accessibility service (Canvas project) as soon as possible. Prepare for the upcoming semesters and comma by period by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections to amending the text of the therefore clause? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Follow up. I move to amend the second therefore let it be resolved clause to read as follows. Therefore let it be further resolved that the student senate advocates for the executive branch to allocate a minimum of $5,000 to the Canvas project to appropriately fund a starting amount of supplies for the pilot program, period, by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections to the amending of the therefore clause? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Follow up. I move to amend the third therefore let it be resolved clause to read as follows. Therefore, let it be further resolved that the University of Florida Student Senate, that should also carry for the other ones, which, yeah. For those who are instituting the Canvas project, will consult that the student senate will advocate for those who are instituting the Canvas project to consult professors and students within the College of the Arts, parentheses, COTA, close parentheses, to determine the most essential supplies every semester through forums and open discussions, period, by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections to amending the wording of the therefore clause? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Follow up. I move to amend the fourth whereas clause to read as follows. Therefore, let it be further resolved that the student senate will be that the University of Florida Student Senate will advocate will notify students promptly of this resource on campus through communication by email or social media advertisement to further its availability for the student body by unanimous consent.
Did you mean the therefore clause, not the whereas clause?
That's the therefore clause, yeah.
Okay. Are there any objections to amending the text of the therefore clause? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Follow up.
Follow up.
I move to amend the fifth whereas clause to read as follows. Therefore, let it be finally resolved that the University of Florida Student Senate will receive feedback from students on the campus project through forums to determine the success and continuation into the following years by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections to amending the text of the therefore clause? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Follow up.
Follow up.
I will insert a therefore let it be further resolved clause in between the third and the fourth one to read as follows. Therefore, let it be further resolved that the University of Florida Student Senate advocates for this resource to be accessible to the entire student body, with the priority for College of the Arts, parentheses, COTA, close parentheses, students, by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections to the addition of a therefore clause? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Follow up.
Follow up.
I move to amend the proviso to instead say authorization to say resolution by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections to the amendment of the proviso? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Follow up.
Follow up.
I move to amend the sponsors line to add myself and Vice Chair Marcelino to the sponsors line by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections to the amendment to the sponsors line? Seeing none, the motion passes.
You guys doing anything? Cool. Are you guys getting sponsored or no? Gotcha. I have a follow-up motion.
Chairperson Stevens.
I move to approve this resolution by roll call vote.
May the clerk call the roll. Do you need 10 minutes?
Are you gonna keep bringing that up?
You guys are so weak.
Ooh, pause. I rescind that motion, excuse me. I'm gonna go ahead and actually make a motion real quick. I move.
Chairperson Stevens, were you recognized again? No, you were not. Bill Torres.
Thank you.
Chairperson Stevens.
I move to amend the last whereas clause to read as to have at the end be semicolon then comma by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections to the amendment of the text of the bill? Seeing none, the motion passes.
And follow up.
Follow
I
up.
move to approve this bill by roll call vote.
May the clerk call the roll.
Senator Merrill,
Yes.
Chairperson Stevens,
Yes.
Senator Reich,
Yes.
Senator Wang.
Yes.
Does the acting chair have a vote?
To maintain my nonpartisanship, I would like to abstain.
Okay. Need a vote of 4-0 to 1 abstention. That motion passes.
In a vote of 4-0 to 1, the motion passes and the bill is procedurally approved.
I have a motion.
All right. What's your motion?
I move for a recess to be called back to the chair until we migrate down to the food court.
I love migration. By unanimous consent.
By unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing how the motion passes. I call this meeting to order at 4:09 p.m. Please note that this meeting may be filmed and or audio recorded. These meeting minutes, any addenda or documentation may be made available to the public. We are in the Rights Union Food Court. And we are now on Student Senate Bill 2023-1168. This is the resolution recognizing the need for food delivery waivers during the finals examination period. This was written by Senator Monish Pujajarogovin, Senator Aisha Caduce, Senator Owen Leckabush, and Senator Paige Klepp. It was sponsored by Senator Samantha Kinger, Senator Claudia Garcia, Member-at-Large Isabel Ponce, Senator Julia Cipher, and Senator Elsa Brantmeyer. Since there's no author or sponsors available to speak, all their time has been officially waived, and we are now in line for debate. Any members wishing to speak in debate? I'll go and actually start. So I actually have a really major implication concern with this, and you know, as much as I've very much clearly made in the Senate, you know, I am a big advocate for food security, and I think that obviously our food system is not necessarily in line with making things more accessible for people in accessing food. I have a huge issue when it comes to us focusing on food delivery waivers when we're trying to solve this problem during the final examination period. It comes down to mainly this. When Yes, sure. Students getting, a couple dollars off of a meal kind of helps to, again, alleviate some of the food security concerns. It can, again, help to improve students' access to specific meals that they may be looking for. One, Uber Eats and a lot of the options here are just simply not necessarily, healthy options, especially with the time that, students may be studying. A lot of these restaurants and businesses may close at a later time. So for those students who may be using those services because they don't want to walk at night or anything, it's not really helping them in any way get access to nutritious food. But I want to look at it from a student worker perspective. I've known a lot of friends and a lot of colleagues who have worked in specifically the Uber Eats app, the DoorDash app, Grubhub app. And simply put, when these fee waivers are kind of implemented, it never really hurts the business. It more so hurts the worker itself. Because what you're seeing is you're going to see a resulting decrease in the fees they receive per drive as they're picking up these meals. And so, I've been a fervent advocate for food worker, food worker rights, and also just workers' rights in general, and the ability for workers. And I know that, sure, yes, this is a penalty that is really under the control of the business, but we live in a capitalist society. We have to be recognizing that. And because of that, strategically, this puts a lot of student workers at risk of getting reduced fees. A lot of times these help pay for colleges, help pay for groceries. I know that one of my colleagues did it just so that they can make sure they can pay their utilities bill every month. And I think that, I think without any sort of comprehensive outlining or commentary on this is only putting student workers at risk of losing the fees that they need from these jobs. I think passing this bill right now is a little premature. I really do not support any motion to pass this, in fact, because I don't think that this is really supporting necessary nutrition as it's outlined. I mean, I think that these apps, and I think you can look at the apps and the times that they're operating, a lot of the food options are not nutritious. They are fast food options. But even when we look at another implicated issue, this is also going to potentially cause a lot of students to maybe lose money when it comes to picking up these meals. And I think that if we are a Senate that's focused on protecting those kinds of students, which as much as they may not be a huge chunk of the student body, they are a significant amount. I think that tabling this bill and letting the authors come up with a more comprehensive solution to this is the most appropriate action. Senator Mayor.
I do think you make a lot of good points. I would argue that those are policy issues that can be argued on the floor and then reflected in the vote of certain senators. I don't see any issues with the 5 criteria on this piece of legislation, which is why I think it should be.
I said implication. Implication is going to cause an issue for student workers, and also, I said, and also student health.
I would agree with some of the points you made. I just don't think that's an implication issue because it focuses on the specific policy underlying, if this bill would go into effect.
Can you speak up, because I don't think the record can hear your voice clearly.
I just think that it's a resolution, and the issue of implication doesn't really deal with this, if that makes sense. So I would just argue that I would be in support of passing this. I don't see any issues with 5 criteria.
Go ahead, Senator Reich.
Yeah, so I'm going to issue the concern that you raised directly. So as someone who has experience in the food industry, and more specifically the fast food industry and DoorDash and whatnot, the provision of waivers for delivery fees would not affect the drivers, specifically the drivers' end from the app itself. The delivery fee is set based off a percentage of the order total as opposed to from the app directly, and not counting discount codes and waivers. That the driver doesn't see any of that. So I don't believe that would be an implication that I would feel comfortable failing the bill on.
I didn't say failure.
Or just not pass, or considering embracing is the proper term I meant to use. And I do think that I do agree with you that the options that may be available at, let's say, 3 a.m. might not be the most nutritious. However, if you're hungry and you need food at that time, you need food, and there are nutritious options at Wawa and stuff like that.
Thank you. We're going to now move on to motions. Any motions at this time? Senator Mayor.
I would to amend the title of the bill to be as Student Senate Bill 2023-1168 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Follow up? I move to approve the bill by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections?
I object.
I already make that motion.
By roll call?
By roll call.
Gotcha. So we're gonna go start off in the order as prescribed. We're gonna go in alphabetical. So I think it's Tamara,
Yes.
Marcelino,
I abstain.
Rice,
Yes.
Wang,
Yes.
and I vote no. And so by a vote of 3 to 1 to 1, that motion passes, and that bill has been passed and will be forwarded to the Replacement Agenda Committee for consideration. We'll now move on to SSB 2023-1169. This is the resolution advocating for the implementation of a federal open textbook pilot program at the University of Florida. This is authored by Senator Matt Reich and Senator Ryan Harold. Will an author response please present? You'll have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Yeah. So textbooks, as we all know, we're all college students. They're not cheap. So my freshman spring, I believe I spent nearly $400 of my own money on textbooks that, should I have acquired through different means, would have been significantly cheaper. However, the class did mandate a physical textbook, and I do think that, whatever, that's beside the point. And I think that there are options such as the Federal Open Textbook Pilot Program that aim to increase access to readily available textbooks that have been licensed through this program, i.e. the authors or the publishers have agreed to participate in this program. And it just creates a space where students are able to access with ease specific textbooks that they may need, and this database does include several textbooks to my knowledge. And it does align with our reputation as a top 5 university to allow for the participation of all students in the academic process, and that includes having access to the textbooks they need to thrive and understand the material being taught in our difficult courses here at UF. And I strongly believe that this piece of legislation increases the awareness of this program and is an opportunity for our body, our student senate body, to convey to the university that, hey, this is what we want and this is what we need to thrive better as a student body and further increase our already growing reputation as a prestigious university. And I yield.
Are there any members wishing to speak in question and answer? Vice Chair Marcelino.
So, who actually regulates the Federal Open Textbook Pilot Program? So, like, how is that implemented specifically?
I'm not going to quote, I do believe it's the Department of Education. It's a program under them, but I'm not 100% sure. Give me one moment. Yeah, so it is a Department of Education initiative, and universities are able to opt into it, if I stand corrected. And currently UF is not, to my knowledge, and yeah.
Okay.
Any members wishing to speak in question and answer? Seeing no one, I'll move into 5 minutes debate. Any members wishing to speak in debate? Vice Chair Marcelino.
Well, I mean, criteria-wise, it's not exactly anything wrong. And I appreciate the sources that Senator Reich provided within the whereas clauses to help support the resolution clauses. So it's all good with me, and I need textbooks.
Anyone else wishing to speak in debate? Seeing none, we'll now move into 2 minutes of final privilege.
Yeah, I feel like that all of my ideas were addressed through question and answer, through my initial presentation. I feel like this program itself is a major opportunity for the student body that we represent and we're sworn in to represent. And this resolution brings the presence of this program to the attention of not only the student body, but to the university, to the student senate itself, and to the world as a whole. And I think that we would be remiss as a university not to even at least look into an amazing opportunity like this. And I yield.
Are any members wishing to go on motions? Vice Chair Marcelino.
I move to amend the title of the bill to read Student Senate Bill 2023-1169 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion passes.
Follow up.
Follow
I
up.
move to add myself as sponsor by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Follow up.
Follow up.
I move to debold the names of the authors and sponsors by announcement.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Oh, follow up.
Follow up.
I move to strike Matt and add Matthew to the authors line by announcement.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Follow up.
Follow up.
I move to approve SSB 2023-1169 by announcement.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. SSB 23-1169 has been approved. Let's go.
$1070 was the one with the issue in the file. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes. Blank document. I think if we try hard enough, we can debate on it.
All right, we're now moving on to SSB 2022-1170. Please refer to the copy that is corrected, which it was just corrupted. That's not anyone's fault. It's just hashtag technologies thing. So it's just an updated SSB 2022-1170. This is the resolution condemning the practice of conversion therapy. It's authored by LGBTQ+ caucus chairperson and Judiciary Vice Chair Joaquin R.C. Marcelino and Senator President Oscar Santiago Perez. This was sponsored by Senator Angelo Gongano, Senator Raj Mia, Senator Shalisa Budai, Senator Nima Arya, and Senator Cesswood Barron. You will have 5 minutes whenever you're ready, Vice Chair Marcelino.
Yeah, so this is pretty straightforward. Given the a certain person coming to campus, I would like to express the and reaffirm the values of the student body and us as a student government in regard to the validity of LGBTQIA+ rights and their experiences. Conversion therapy is still an ongoing thing. It has very adverse effects to the health, whether physiological, sociological, or psychological, of LGBTQ+ youth and onto very late stages of their life. It's a discredited medical practice. The American Medical Association sees it as just like it's not evidence-based at all. It's not something that should be practiced in the medical industry, nor in counseling or in psychiatric practices. And so it's just been it doesn't align to modern medicine, modern psychology, and the way that we treat people as a whole in regard to these industries. And being a biochemistry and political science major, I just see it as very horribly implicative in these industries, and I want to reiterate our support for the LGBTQ community, even when there are some people who stay adamant in their hatred, point blank period. And I yield.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any members wishing to speak in question and answer? All right, seeing now we're now moving to 5 minutes of debate. Are there any members wishing to speak in debate? Yes, Senator Demare.
No 5 criteria violations that I see, and I think it's a good bill.
Any other members wishing to speak in debate? Yeah, conversion therapy is a very just archaic model. I don't even want to call it health management. It's just even if for those individuals who are considering it, it's just not something that we as not only the medical field but just through common practice it's considered effective. It really is a repressionary tool, and funny enough, as we talk about AP psychology, I think about just learning about repression and how that wasn't a very effective method of being able to control emotional states, or control your thoughts, or control certain expressions. It's just something that's just been found time and time again not to work. And I'm not going to comment necessarily on the organization that's bringing on that individual to campus. However, I think that these actions are just something that have just been statistically and scientifically not proven to not be effective, and I think it'd be a disservice for us to not recognize that and make sure that students are informed on these decisions and make informed choices as to these types of practices and whether or not they feel they're effective or not. All right, any other members wishing to speak in debate? Seeing no one, now move into 2 minutes of final privilege.
I waive.
Are any motions at this time? Vice Chair Marcelino.
I move to amend the titles to read Student Senate Resolution 2023-1170 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. Follow
I
up.
move to embolden the title of the bill by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. Yes.
I move to add Judiciary Chairperson Jonathan Chan Stevens to the sponsors line by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Follow
Follow
up. I move to amend the last whereas clause to strike and at the end of the whereas clause and put and add then.
By unanimous consent.
By unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Follow up.
I
move to amend the therefore clauses that after every iteration of therefore there be a comma added. By unanimous consent.
A comma added at the end of
Yes.
therefore. I thought it was period.
No. After like the word therefore.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Follow
Follow up.
up. I move to approve SSB 2023-1179 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion passes. All right, my computer is about to die soon.
Do you need a charger?
Yeah, but it's like I have a charger, just I need to find an outlet, which is.
Do you want to recess or no?
We can, let's go do a quick recess and then by call back by the chair at another location in the right student food court by unanimous consent. Any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. Let's go and reconvene someone with an outlet.
Do you want to go over there, like the little?
I don't know if those seats are open because I remember they like pulled everything because I think they're doing something different there. So
like literally right there.
Oh.
I call this meeting back to order at 4:33 p.m. Please note that this meeting may be filmed and audio recorded. These meeting minutes, addenda, or documentation may be made available to the public. We have now moved to a different spot in the right student food court that is conspicuous so students can see us and know that there is a student senate judiciary meeting occurring. We are now online for SSB 2023-1171. I will relinquish my duties to the chair, vice chair.
To the chair. That sounds.
You are now acting chair, so. All right, you can read it. You can just read this. Okay.
We're now in line to hear Student Senate Bill 2023-1171. Is there an author or sponsor here to present on the bill? You have 5 minutes whenever you are ready.
All right. So this is a resolution that Senator Brian Garcia Ramos wrote. Obviously, they're not here. I'm gonna call it now. Give me a sec. Can you pause the time? I want to make sure they didn't. I'm pretty sure they asked.
Mentally pausing the time.
That is true. We didn't even.
Wait, I just go by the clock.
Give me a second. Ryan. I'll call Brian and see if Brian. I don't think Brian gave me a notification email. No, they didn't. So I'll just go present.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'll just give you the full 5 minutes back.
Thanks. It's not going to be 5 minutes though. So this resolution is looking at, again, similar to what the one that the Senate President wrote, just looking for a new crosstalk around Gay and Limerick near the physics building. There is a couple that are located there, but a lot of students have to cross from that end to another end just to access a different set of parking. And this just ensures that there's a little bit more redundancy in that system. We see that not only on the University app, but this that whole section has been able to reduce a lot of parking, pedestrian safety issues since its inception. When you have that redundancy in not only parking barriers, but also crosswalks, it just helps to promote safety across the line. And yeah, I think that it does what it needs to do, and I think if we've agreed with one side of a resolution, I think we could also agree that this is important too.
Okay. We're now in line for 5 minutes of question and answer. Are there any members wishing to speak in question and answer? Seeing none, we're now in line for 5 minutes of debate. Is there any member wishing to speak in debate? Senator DeMera.
No 5 criteria issues.
Are there any other members wishing to speak in debate? Seeing none, we have 2 minutes of final privilege.
Wait.
Okay, we are now in line for a vote on the bill. Motions on the bill. Chairperson Sealer.
I move to amend the numbering system to read SSB 2023-1171 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections to amending the title of the bill? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Follow up.
I
move to remove all comments that may be left on the bill by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections to the Google Doc or Word Doc? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Follow up. I move to not embolden the sponsors and author line by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections to the formatting of the bill? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Follow up. I move to add Judiciary Vice Chair Marcelino to the sponsors line. Senator Matthew Rice, Senator DeMera, Senator Wang to the sponsors line by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections to the amending of the sponsors line? Seeing none, the motion passes.
All right. I can do that later. I know what those are. And then follow up. I move to approve this bill by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections to approving SSB 2023-1171? Seeing none, the motion passes. SSB 2023-1171 is procedurally approved.
Perfect. We'll now move on to the next one. I think I'm sponsored on that one. Oh, I'm not? Cool. So then it's just waived. Thank you. We're now in line for SSB 2023-1172, which is just Rules and Procedures Amendment. I think there was probably a cutoff there. This was authored by Senator Brian Garcia Ramos. They have not given me any notification that they wanted to meet, so their time has been waived for presentation and question and answer. Let's move on to debate. Any members wishing to speak in debate? Yes, Vice Chair Marcelino.
I mean, like, 5 criteria wise, nothing really, just the formatting. It could easily be amended through amendments. So although the title, I propose that we amend the title to add a temporary placement, just so that we have some sort of delineation as to what this act is doing.
Yeah, let me go look at my email thread real quick. I'll go pause the time for debate. Goodness gracious. It was titled Voter Record Corrections Amendment on the Docs, so that could be a title that we could utilize for this bill. I'll go and engage in the debate quickly. The only thing is a legality issue, and that's based off of the final roll call being stricken off the record. I think a more appropriate action would just be to make it a separate section, potentially after announcements, which then allows for us to, again, just make sure that voter records are corrected. Obviously, that's automatically done, so, I mean, or not automatically done, but that can be considered and usually is done. But I think if we delineate it within our statutes, it just kind of ensures that we know what needs to be done in the record, and that sometimes it gets lost in translation when we have a very hectic or very conflicting meeting where we're focusing on very hyper-specific issues and not necessarily these very simple but very huge impact issues. Yeah, that's it. I yield.
Are there any more?
Yeah, any other members wishing to speak? Senator DeMera?
Oh, no. I have a motion.
There's no motion. Yep. Okay. So 2 minutes of time privilege has been waived. Any motions at this time? We're going to do Senator DeMera.
I move to table this bill by unanimous consent.
Any objections?
I can make that motion.
Gotcha. I'm just like, you're just not gonna. You guys didn't say anything in debate. Like you didn't say anything in debate, so it's like I'm confused. Like what is your issue? What's making you table the bill?
I think there's certain issues that I feel like can be heard in the next cycle. Like
Senator Garcia Ramos is not a senator next cycle.
I'm gonna stand for table.
Interesting. Okay, so we'll go ahead and move on by roll call vote. It's going to be in the order as DeMera.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Chair Marcelino.
No.
Senator Reich.
Yes.
Senator Wang.
Yes.
Wang, excuse me. And it's going to be a no for me by a 3-2 vote. That motion passes, unfortunately, even though there was no debate provided, which is disappointing. We're going to go ahead and move on to SSB 2023-1172, which is the codification of Address to Chambers Act Rules of Procedures Amendment. This was authored by Senator Brian Garcia Ramos as well. There is no presentation time, so that has been waived, and the author's not here. So is there anyone wishing to speak in debate?
I'm sorry, this is 1173.
Yes.
Okay. In debate. Give me 1 moment.
Yes, yep, go right ahead.
Everything wise in regards to the 5 criteria, I don't really see any sort of problems with here. Although some may say that its verbosity is a bit unappealing. However, I feel it is it's very what do you call this, thorough in its delineating how certain procedures and motions may be done in the Senate chambers.
Okay, any members wishing to speak in debate? Oh yes, Senator Reich.
Yeah, I think that the implication of this could be like, I know we talked about filibustering last meeting. If every senator decided to do this, it could be add up to over an hour and a half. And it could allow votes, like, it could allow dialogue to be used to sway votes outside of the organically constructed debate format which exists presently. And I think that it should be up to the chair to decide this, as it is currently accepted by the chair, to allow certain speaking privileges outside of, in this form of a personal privilege. I just think that it allows too much opportunity for filibustering political grandstanding that could potentially detract from the debate as it currently stands.
Vice Chair Marcelino.
Well, I mean, it does say that this is a motion of personal privilege, but the way that we say it in Senate is a point of personal privilege, but the way that it's in Robert's rules is called to raise a question of privilege. It's the exact same thing. It's what we've been doing in the Senate chamber all the time, where we ask the Senate President if we can address something that was made, and it specifically delineates that this motion shall not be used to discuss the subject of a debate immediately pending, or immediately preceding, during, or immediately after said debate. So it may be rule dilatory if it is debate, and obviously that could be a point of order too in regards to that. So it's just a way to actually codify whenever we ask, can we address something that any comments that were made, and so that just gives senators this prerogative to ask for that, and not at the discretion of the chair to like award you like 15 seconds to speak. So.
All right. Any other members wishing to speak in debate? Seeing none, we'll move on to 2 minutes of final privilege, which have been waived. So are there any motions at this time? Vice Chair Marcelino.
I move to amend the title of the bill to rescind Senate Bill 2023-1173 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. Follow up.
I move to debold Senator Brian Garcia Ramos in the author's line by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Follow up. I move to add in Section 2, subsection A, subsection I, subsection 2, to say, do you see it? I'll wait for you to find it.
No, it's fine. I'm just trying
to read Mr/Madam/Mix, MX Chair. By unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion passes.
Follow up.
follow up?
I must add myself to the sponsors list.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. Follow up.
I move to approve SSB 2023-1173 by unanimous consent.
Any objections?
I object.
I'll make the same motion by roll call.
All right, Reich.
No.
Sorry, it should have been Demera.
No.
Marcelino.
Yes.
Miley, kind of your vote. Got it. And I'll be voting in the affirmative, so that'll be a 3-2 vote. That motion, 2-3 vote. That motion fails. And we'll have any other motions at this time. Senator Reich.
I move to table this bill by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections?
I object.
Are there any?
Follow up.
Gotcha. Follow up.
Remake the same motion by roll call vote.
Roll call vote. All right, we're gonna go move on. We're gonna do it by vote again. So, Senator Demera.
Yes.
Vice Chair Marcelino.
No.
Senator Reich.
Yes.
Senator Wayne.
Yes.
And I will vote no on that. So it'll be a 3-2 vote. With a 3-2, that motion passes. SSB 2023-1173 has passed. I mean, it's been tabled. Excuse me. I'm just gonna go ahead and move on to SSB 2023-1174. And just so everyone knows in this committee, SSB 2023, there was a bill that was submitted and it did not make it on time, so I did not consider that. It would have been 75.
What was the content of that?
It doesn't. It's just it didn't make it in time. It was at 12:01. All right. We're going to move on to SSB 2023-1174, a resolution condemning the actions and rhetoric of Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. This was authored by Senator Christian Isaiah Rodriguez, Senator Shalisa Kailiani, Budai, excuse me, and then sponsored by Senate President Oscar Constantino Perez, Senate President Pro Tempore Nathan McGuinness, Judiciary Chairperson Jonathan Chan Stevens, Majority Party Leader Simone Liang, Deputy Minority Party Leader Joaquin
Minority.
Majority. Tired. Excuse me. Joaquin R.C. Marcelino, Senator Hunter Monson, Senator Seth Woodbury, Senator Asif Islam, Senator Angelo Gangano, Senator Zoe Richter, Senator Aaron Ali McClory, Senator Brian Garcia Ramos, Senator Isabella Skramonson, Senator Raj Mia, Senator Danielle Hadid, and Senator Ryan Athay. Will a author or sponsor speak? I believe that Christian did ask to be called on, so I'm going to go call Christian right now. Hey Christian, this is Jonathan from the Judiciary Committee. We're on your bill SSB 2023-1174. Are you ready to present?
I am ready to present. Actually, give me 1 second.
No rush. Just call me. Let's text me back, or tell me when you're ready. You can put yourself on mute. I'll put you on mute right now.
I'm actually ready right now. Sorry, I just needed to get situated.
Okay, cool. Awesome. So you'll have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, and can everyone hear me?
Yep.
Yes, everyone in the committee can hear you.
Cool. So, yeah, with this resolution, the title of it basically is what the intended purpose of it is to condemn the numerous actions by Governor DeSantis that we as the student body Senate have already addressed, in addition to the other actions that we haven't gotten to address because there's just been too many to remember. So it's not just to laundry list every single little thing that he's done that is contentious or controversial or that myself or Senator Badai just disagree with. More so, the point of it is to take everything we have already addressed and things that are related to show that he as a governor has been targeting higher education. He has been targeting students on campus that belong to marginalized communities such as the and members of the African American and Hispanic communities, and basically just say his actions, whether intentional or unintentional, has directly harmed those people. And it's a very long resolution if you've seen it. I believe the final version came out to 13 pages. It was about 40 sources, and we had to cut stuff for time. Even though it was that long, there were still numerous other things we wanted to add that we just decided not to because it was going to be too long, and we didn't want it to be every single little thing. So that's the basic gist of it. In the resolve clauses, we point out every major theme that does pop up in it. So you'll notice that it's talking about how he's targeted the LGBTQ plus community, he's targeted education, minority groups, immigrants, bodily autonomy, and I believe those climate change as well. I forgot about that. And basically every one of those major topics is addressed in depth with the resolution. And yeah, that's basically it. If you guys do get a chance to read it in full, please do. It's very important. And with that being said, is it okay if I let Senator Badai, who's the co-author, say a couple things as well?
Absolutely. They will have about 2 minutes and 38 seconds, so y'all got half and half time now.
Okay, got it.
Hi, everyone. All right, I just wanted to add some extraneous comments about the bill itself. This isn't meant to send a political sentiment about a certain party or about the actions of ideology itself necessarily. It's just to identify the harm that exists within the platform points and the harm that exists within the rhetoric and things that have been passed within the legislation of Ron DeSantis and his administration itself. It's more or less to show that students and Floridians at large are being harmed by the things in legislation and the things in bills, comments that he has made, things that as a whole represent his administration that have harmed our students specifically in the way that they are. So it's not meant to be like a political sentiment against a party. It's not meant to be a political sentiment against someone who might align with his ideology itself. It is just him as a legislator and someone who is supposed to represent all constituents in which he has harmed them significantly. And that's all I have to say.
All right, is that all for presentation?
Yeah, that's it.
All right, we're going to now move on to 5 minutes of question and answer. Are there any questions at this time? Seeing no, we'll move on to 5 minutes of debate. I'll go ahead and begin. I think that simply put, if you're not going to forward this bill, I think that you're just ignoring years of just ignorance, harm, discounting of identities that this governor has done. It's not even like a partisan issue. There are a couple grammatical things that I think definitely can be shaped out in amendments. But overall, this administration has been really upsetting because it's not necessarily a partisan issue, but it's more so that it undercuts almost every community who's in Florida. The lack of just amendability, there's nothing really here that's a 5 criteria violation. I think that if there was anything else, if people feel upset about this being said about DeSantis, well, let's be real. I think that there are enough people to combat that and really provide with not only their own experiences, but through statistics, the harm that this governor has done. Period. There's nothing really else to say. Vice Chair Marcelino?
So in regards to the 5 criteria, there's not really much to say. We have a precedent of, advocating for students, and regardless of who or what that harm may be, we are for the student body, and therefore there is a precedent that we have done these sorts of resolutions. So I support it all the way. There are some formatting issues though, because they're not allowed to have whereas clauses are just single clauses, so there can't be separate sentences within whereas clauses, so I'll fix that. But other than that, it's all good.
Okay. Any other members wishing to speak in debate? Seeing that, we'll move on to 2 minutes of final privilege whenever you guys are ready.
Yeah, so just a couple things. One, in regards to just some errors. I'm sure there are that I just didn't catch before submitting. The one that I do know off the top of my head is there is just a random space, I think, between 2 of the whereas clauses that I didn't see when submitting, and when I saw the actual Word doc I saw, So obviously that should probably just be deleted. Everything else, obviously, you have no problem just making like fixes to the errors or grammatical issues there are. And last thing I do want to say is, right before we submitted, we did try to get as many sponsors as we could from our own caucus. And if this does pass through Judiciary and is added to the agenda for next Tuesday's meeting, we would also want to try to communicate with as many senators from the Gator caucus to get as many sponsors as possible, because if we were to have this resolution be debated and considered on the floor, we would want sponsors from as many senators as possible, regardless of which caucus it's from. So if this is passed in Judiciary, that would be the next step we take.
Right.
And at least I would like to add a couple words.
Go ahead. You have a minute left.
I also just want to finalize everything and say that this legislation is supposed to show students targeted by Ron DeSantis and his administration that we as their representatives are supporting them and recognizing their struggle and trying to aid them as best we can legislatively. So it's just recognizing what they go through because of all this harmful legislation and ensuring that they are supported. I yield my time.
All right. Any other members wishing to speak in final privilege? All right, we'll now move on to motions.
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say we're good, don't worry.
Okay, cool. Vice Chair Marcelino.
I move to amend the title of the bill to state Student Senate Resolution 2023-1174 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes.
And y'all wanna? Huh? Okay. I'll just amend the formatting to submitting things. It's too long. That's about it. I'll do some formatting. I'll submit it. Then follow up. I move to approve SSB 2023-1174 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion passes. Actually, I don't want it. I want to do a roll call though. So are you able to rescind that?
I rescind my motion. I move to approve SSB 2023-1174 by roll call vote.
Awesome. Let's go and take the rolls. Demera.
Yes.
Vice Chair Marcelino.
Yes.
Reich.
Yes.
And Senator Wayne. All right, and I vote yes. So it is a 5-0 vote by unanimous consent. Everyone has voted individually, and that motion passes. Congratulations. Have a great day. I'll talk to y'all later.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
That was impressive.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and move on to our exec nomination, our judicial nominations. This is going to be how it works. We're going to go through each nominee, and it's going to be in the order that I put in the email, and then we'll go ahead and get started. So let's go ahead and review the first nominee. I can pull it up real quick. It's going to be Adrienne Martinez, the election commissioner, who is the Senate presidential nominee. You have a couple minutes to begin whenever you guys are ready.
Sorry, could you please repeat the name again?
It's Adrienne Martinez.
Oh.
Adrienne Martinez.
I'm ready.
Whenever they're ready. And, yeah.
Good.
Any other issues? Any people looking, reviewing it before we begin?
I'm good.
All right, let's go ahead and get started with it. So, anybody wishing to speak in discussion on this nominee? Senator Mann?
I see no issues with the nominee from their application. No.
Vice Chair Marcel, Senator Reich?
Yeah, I think as a individual, she's shown herself to be highly qualified. She's a law student, and she presents her ideas cohesively. So I've seen no major red flags.
Okay. Yes. Vice Chair Marcelino?
So yeah, the application, as I said with all the previous applications give me no sort of concerns for anything. But as I said before, 3 questions in a resume doesn't exactly give me the full picture. So I'd like to see on the Senate floor when we debate, so, or if there's going to be debate. But I'll see.
Anyone else? All right, seeing none of any motions at this time. Senator Reich.
I move to approve. So we could do that, right?
Yes, you can.
I move to approve Adrienne Martinez for Elections Commissioner onto the floor. Unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. Adrienne Martinez has been added. Let's go move on to Jesse Dieterle, excuse me. This is the election commissioner who is the student body presidential nominee. All right, anyone ready? Just let me know.
Ready?
All right, anyone wishing to speak in discussion? Senator Reich.
Yeah, I think what stuck out to me was his experience with the Florida Supreme Court in Tallahassee. Again, he's a law student. He's shown himself to be more than qualified for the position. Looking at his resume, you see a very diverse yet importantly applicable resume and experience. He's on the Florida Law Review. And yeah, I see no major issues.
Any other members wishing to speak in debate or discussion? Senator Vice Chair Marcellino.
Yeah. So in regard to that, obviously nothing here concerns me. Well, certain activities concern me, but that's not my prerogative to say. But yeah, just in regard to his ability to be, nonpartisan, because of a certain activity that may be linked to partisan things, but that is not my prerogative. But yeah, as I said before, 3 questions in a resume doesn't exactly tell me everything that I need/want to know. So yeah.
Any members wishing to speak in debate? All right, we'll move on to motions and motions at this time. Senator Reich.
I move to approve this candidate for Elections Commissioner and onto the Senate floor by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections?
I object. I want a roll call vote.
Gotcha. Roll call vote. All right, we're going to go move on. Senator DeMera?
Yes.
Vice Chair Marcellino?
I abstain.
Senator Reich?
Yes.
Senator Lori Wang?
Yes.
I'll go ahead and I'm going to abstain too. So by 3-0 to 2, that motion passes. We're going to now move on to Connor McClay, who is the Chief Justice nomination.
Oh, Chief Justice, no.
I mean, not
No.
Chief Justice, excuse me, the Elections Commissioner nomination from the Chief Justice acting at this time.
He was nominated last week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I've already.
Are we ready to go, or do you guys need to?
I'm good.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have anything else different today.
Yeah, same. I'm just gonna reiterate what I said before. 3 questions and a resume. Not exactly not exactly everything that I want to see, but given the situation. I mean, I see no problems right now, but I'll want to abstain again this time. Just to see.
Any other members wishing to speak in discussion? Moving on to debate.
Debate.
I mean, sorry, not debate. Excuse me. Motions. Senator Mayor.
I move to approve the candidate for the Elections Commission by roll call vote.
A roll call vote. All right, Senator DeMera.
Yes.
Vice Chair Marcelino. Senator Reich.
Yes.
Senator Lloyd Wang. All right, and then myself, I'll abstain. That'll be a 3-0 to 2. That motion passes. We're going to move on to the Chief Justice nomination. Whenever everyone's ready, just let me know.
Yeah, same as us.
Yeah.
Nothing new from my end.
Nothing new for me. Nothing.
Any motions at this time? Senator Reich.
I move to approve this candidate by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections?
I object. I move the same by roll call.
By roll call vote? Gotcha. We're going to go with Senator DeMera.
Yes.
Senator Vice Chair Marcelino.
I abstain.
Senator Reich.
Yes.
Senator Wang. All right, and then I voted to abstain. That's a 3-0 to 2 vote. That motion passes. And then now we're on to announcements.
Points of information. What were the tabled bills during this committee?
Yes, I can go ahead and review those for you. So the tabled bills were. Sorry, I have to delete this. SSB 2023-1173, SSB 2023-1135, SSB 2023-1172, SSB 2023-1149, SSB 2023-1134, and SSB 2023-1093.
Senator Bowman requested me to do this, but I move to take from the table SSB 2023-1134.
By what kind of vote? By roll call vote? Perfect. Let's go ahead and move into a vote. We're going to start with Senator DeMera.
No.
Vice Chair Marcelino.
Yes.
Senator Reich.
No.
Senator Wang.
No.
And it's going to be a yes for me, so it's going to be a 3-2 to 0. That motion failed. Sorry, 2 to 3 to 0. That motion fails. Follow up.
I move to take from the table SSB 2023-1135. By roll call vote.
By roll call vote. All right. And we're going to do Senator DeMera.
No.
Vice Chair Marcelino. Can you make sure that it's clear for the record?
Oh, no.
Thank you. Vice Chair Marcelino.
Yes.
Senator Reich.
No.
And Senator Wang.
No.
Gotcha. And it's going to be a yes for me. So by a 2 to 3 vote, that motion fails.
I yield my time.
All right. I'm going to announce a couple things. Number one, I actually received an email from the parliamentarian, and I'll go ahead and just quickly comment on that before we end this meeting. Chairperson Stevens, your applications of prior precedent seems reasonable to me given that this is an approach used for most decisions in our Senate in extraordinary circumstances. I argue current circumstances of a 9-person committee with only 5 members qualifies as extraordinary. I appreciate you taking the time out of your busy work schedule to address your concerns to me. I was unaware of these precedents, so I had to defer to guidebooks of parliamentary procedure. Just making sure that's clear for the record when it comes to the parliamentarians' comments in my response to their comments. All right. After that, are there any other motions at this time? Senator Wang.
Oh, I'm sorry, I did not mean to do that.
Senator Marcelino. Vice Chair Marcelino.
I move to adjourn by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. I adjourn this meeting at 5:09 p.m. Have a great day, everyone.
Yes.
Bye. Have a good day.
Bye.